NIL, transfer portal, conference realignment, possible playoff expansion. No, there really is no such thing as the offseason in college football anymore. Unfortunately, a scene and electricity like tonight, there is an on-season. And amidst all the change, the game remains the glorious constant.
Black shoes, basic blues, no names, all game. They are heroes. They are winners. They are Penn State football. The 2022 season kicks off tonight. Penn State at Purdue. It's been 244 days, 8 months on the dot since Penn State finished the 2021 season. But now, of course, tonight, the blue and white are in West Lafayette, Indiana, taking on the Boilermakers in a crucial Big Ten showdown to kick off the year. Third straight year they've started the season on the road. Seventh straight year they've began conference play on the road as well, including 12 of the last 13 years. However, Penn State has won 17 of their last 20 season openers, with, of course, 2020, 2015, and 2012 as the 3 losses. But we are live on Fox. Kickoff show about to wrap up here in about 10 minutes or so. Kickoff just a little past 8 p.m. Eastern Time here. September the 1st, 2022, Penn State, Purdue. Big Ten on Fox. We'll have Gus Johnson and Joel Klatt on the call, with Jenny Taft and Tom Rinaldi on the sideline. But yes, live on Fox, September the 1st, Thursday night, for the blackout from Ross-Ade Stadium in West Lafayette, Indiana, as we'll see the Purdue Boilermakers hosting the Lions from Happy Valley, with the winner in sole first place possession in the Big Ten Conference, of course, for the time being, because, well, other than Northwestern Nebraska last Saturday, this game tonight with Penn State and Purdue, technically I guess they'd be tied with Northwestern. Purdue would be tied with Northwestern in the West then, but then overall Penn State and Northwestern, or Purdue and Northwestern, you get what I'm saying, top of the leaderboard in the conference to start the year. Of course, week 0 games last week. This is first full weekend, though, of college football here tonight, with more games to come tonight, tomorrow, full slate on Saturday, plus a game Sunday and Monday night respectively as well. We'll get more into all that a little bit later on. Currently, St. Francis and Akron, the backyard brawl with West Virginia and Pitt, along with Central Michigan, Oklahoma State, and coming up momentarily, Penn State and Purdue. But yes, the winner, first place in the Big Ten after tonight. Penn State on a Thursday night, who would ever thought? Penn State, of course, normally plays all the regular season games on a Saturday, home or away, of course, during bowl season. That's a different story. But Yeah, Penn State on Thursday. Who would ever thought? Here we are. Other than the bowl games during bowl season, during the regular season, okay, Penn State has a 10-17-2 record while playing on Thursday nights, with most of those games having been played almost a century ago, and 95% of those games against arch rival Pitt, who is hosting WVU in the renewed backyard brawl from Heinz Field in Steel City here this evening. These 3 games kicked off within the past hour or so. Penn State Purdue coming up next on Fox. Once again, and thank you for tuning in and listening. But 95% of those Thursday night games for Penn State were against Pitt. However, you got to go the whole way back to 1974 for the last time Penn State played on a Thursday night in the regular season. Most recently, they played on a Friday during the regular season in 2018 and 2019, respectively. Conference games on the road. You'll never see Penn State have a home game in the middle of the week, by God. But those 2 games were wins. They went to Illinois and also Maryland and beat the Fighting Illini and Terrapins pretty handily. We'll see about tonight against Purdue. This, once again, Thursday night, September the 1st, as football season is finally here. So this is also the first time Penn State has opened the season with a Thursday game. They played on a Thursday before, first during bowl season, but regular season, it's always been later in the year. Here we are tonight, kicking off the year on a Thursday night, as they're, of course, accustomed to playing on Saturdays. But once again, thanks for tuning in and watching my college football. Penn State at Purdue, live watch along reactions, live right here on YouTube, youtube.com/Gridiron Ring. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cohen Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Smash that thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State, hashtag Purdue. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, super likes, and super thanks. Always greatly appreciated as well. As it seems like they'll take one final commercial break here before we kick off with the blue and white and the Boilermakers from the blacked out Ross-Ade Stadium in West Lafayette, Indiana. Penn State, they are a 3.5-point road favorite. 6% chance to win, as the over-under is set at 52.5. Penn State last year, however, finished 7-6 after a 5-0 start. Purdue on the flip side, 9-4 Music City Bowl win over Tennessee. Might add for Penn State as well, all 6 losses were by 10 points or less. Whereas with Purdue, their 9 wins were the second most wins in a single season in program history. So Penn State, of course, extending James Franklin, fresh off of a 10-year extension. 11-11 record over the past 2 years as well. 0-5 start in 2020, 1-4 in a row, and then last year 5-0 start, and then they lost 6 of 8 down the stretch to finish it 7-6. So yeah, 2 teams where Penn State, of course, sort of, you don't really know what team's going to show up right now, and Purdue coming off one of their best seasons in recent memory, especially where they've been since Joe Taylor retired. But yeah, with Penn State at 7-6 last year, Purdue finishing second in the Big Ten West at 9-4. Franklin, once again, a 10-year extension. He did bring back Mike Yurcich as the offensive coordinator. So with Yurcich and Clifford in their second year together, we'll see how the offense goes tonight. But Brent Pry left for the head coaching gig in Blacksburg at Virginia Tech. So Franklin hired former Hurricane head coach Manny Diaz to lead the defense. So we'll also see how the defense shapes up as well. Jeff Brom on the flip side, the former All-XFLer for the Orlando Rage. He enters his sixth season as the head coach of the basketball and grass. Talk about the quarterbacks a little bit. Sean Clifford and Aiden O'Connell. They return as starting quarterbacks for both Penn State and Purdue, respectively, and what seems to be both their 10th year at the helm of playing college football for their programs. But of course, with NIL nowadays, potentially not going to get a chance in the NFL. I mean, why not come back and stick it out for another year or two? Both in their sixth year of eligibility. Clifford, last year, he completed 61% of his passes, finishing with 3,100 yards passing, 21 touchdowns, and 8 interceptions. O'Connell, on the other hand, he completed 71% of his passes, so a little bit better, along with more yards, more touchdowns. Had a few more interceptions, but of course, when you're going to throw the football more, there's a chance you could, of course, turn it over a little bit more as well. Yeah, 71% for O'Connell and 3,700 yards passing, 28 touchdowns to 11 picks. But as we're about 8 minutes away from kickoff, we'll see who wins a coin toss and so on and so forth with who's going to kick off and receive. But the big noon Fox crew on hand. We've got Rob Stone, former Notre Dame quarterback, and Brady Quinn, 2 USC Trojans, and Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart, and former Bowling Green, Utah, Florida, and Ohio State head coach, along with former and now returning college football analyst after being fired by the Jacksonville Jaguars in the NFL last year. Urban Meyer is back. So they're going to give their game picks. I'll get to my prediction in a second. But anyways, as those 2 quarterbacks, of course, get the start here tonight, both teams, I think, are going to have to find some momentum early if they want to try to control this game. Whoever wins the line of scrimmage, I do believe, will in fact end up winning in a few short hours from now. I mean, honestly, what more could you ask for to start the year in the first game of the season other than a hot start? You don't want to start off slow. So we'll see what gives. I'm sure as always something will. No doubt about it. Slow and steady, wins the race. It's a long-ass season. But you need to lay the groundwork. You need that foundation to continue to build and continue to move forward throughout the season. One play, one drive, one game at a time. Consistency, though, key word for Penn State here tonight. It's been the key word the past few years, and they haven't been able to find themselves, it's felt like. They also have to be balanced. They've been consistent, but they've been consistent at being inconsistent. Okay? 4-5 and 7-6, and then you extend your head coach. Enough's enough at one point or another. Okay? Like, something's got to give. Got to be balanced. They've been consistent at being inconsistent, no doubt about it. Enough's enough. Let's find a 2022 Penn State identity. Okay? They need to find out if they can run the football. Okay? Purdue about to take the field, it looks like. There's a blackout. Let's play ball. Looks like a sold-out crowd here this evening. James Franklin and Jeff Brom. However, that is not Jeff Brom nor James Franklin. There's their mini train as Purdue takes the field and boiler up, more like boiler down. But they're going to bang the damn drum, and as they're in all black, Penn State will be in the road whites. Chris Johnson, Joel Klatt. We'll see how they fare. Of course, Penn State kicked off the year on the road last year, also on Fox in the Big Ten at Wisconsin, and ended up winning late in the fourth quarter. So we'll see if they can do the same here tonight as well. But yeah, consistency. Penn State needs consistent blocking up front. It all starts up front with the offense and defensive line. You got to be able to block to open up that run. You got to have a consistent running game. You got to have a consistent passing game. Okay? You have Sean Clifford as your starting quarterback. True freshman Drew Lar will be your number 2. They have 4 running backs with Kevon Lee, Devin Ford, Nick Singleton, who's also a true freshman, along with the fat man number 13, Katron Allen. So it all starts up front. To be able to block to run, open up the pass. Okay? Consistent blocking, running, and passing game. Remember, the run will open up the pass and vice versa. The pass will open up the run. Penn State is also linebacker you, and defense wins you championships. Bend, but don't break. We'll see how stout they are. You gotta also rely on your special teams, of course, when needed. Who steps up and makes a big play when the game's on the line. I do understand every once in a while as well, shit might not go your way. Shit might hit the fan and you got to figure something out. But when something doesn't go your way, how do you respond? You just going to lay down and act like nothing happened, go to sleep, or are you going to get back up and fight? Okay? Need an identity for Penn State football tonight for the 2022 season. I think tonight as well, whoever can, of course, do what my hat says, and that's run the damn fucking football, along with winning the turnover battle, will end up winning this game. No stupid penalties, of course, either. But Penn State, no doubt about it, has to find a running game. We'll see who officially ends up starting up front on the offensive line. Okay? Clifford's at quarterback. Kevon, Devin Ford, Singleton, and Katron are your 4 running backs. They got Parker Washington along with number 1 now, Keandre Lambert-Smith, switching numbers. Katron takes his 13. They're both from the 757 as well, might add. But anyways, you have PW from the Lone Star State of Texas. Keandre Lambert-Smith's also back wide receiver. And then you get a transfer wide receiver from Western Kentucky and Mitchell Tinsley, who will wear Jahan Dotson's number 5. So, good core 3 at receiver once again. At tight end, you got Theo Johnson, Brenton Strange, along with Tyler Warren, Dinkins and Jerry Cross, true freshman. 5, potentially 6 deep if they go the whole way down to Klein. We'll talk about the defense here in a little bit, but they have to find a running game to ease the pain. It's to the point now, it's pathetic, it's ridiculous, enough's enough. Like, I won't quit watching, but I feel like the way Penn State's played the past 2 years, an 0-5 start, you went 4 in a row and finished 4-5. Should have went to a bowl game, they declined because of COVID. Of course, we were past that then, we're sure as hell past that now. And then last year, 5-0 start, and then you lose 6 of 8 once again and finish 7 of 6. You lose to Arkansas as well in the Outback Bowl back on January the 1st. Here we're on September the 1st. No doubt about it. It was a very loud offseason for college football, but a quiet one, I thought, for Penn State. But with the way Penn State's played, honestly, unless we're going to get a damn good team shown out tonight and all year long, I'd honestly probably rather watch fucking paint dry. And I'm one of the biggest diehard Penn State fans out there. So if that's not saying something, I don't know what is at that point. So I'll leave it at that. But they have to find a running game this year, as it's been absolutely piss poor the past few years. They haven't had a 100-yard rusher in 16 games. 16 fucking games. Penn State hasn't had a 100-yard rusher, when Penn State's known for running the football and playing good defense. Okay? You got to find a running game. Last year's longest rushing touchdown, I might add as well, was 7 yards. 7, not 70 or 17, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. A 7-yard touchdown run was their longest rushing touchdown last year. Pathetic. In the meantime, Purdue's on the kickoff. Penn State back deep to receive, and we're underway, kicking off 2022. And they'll signal for a fair catch at the goal line. So, be 1st and 10 Penn State. Sean Clifford, number 14, your starting quarterback. We should see all 4 running backs tonight, though, as mentioned, with Kevon Lee, Devin Ford, Nick Singleton, and Katron Allen. So we'll see how this offense starts out with Mike Yursich back as the OC for a second straight year, but be 1st and 10 Penn State. Kevon Lee in the backfield as Clifford will start under center from the 25. Parker Washington near side. In motion, Penn State left to right across your television screen, radio and audio dial. Handoff, 2 yards for Lee. Be 2nd down and 8, 10 seconds in. And once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my college football Penn State at Purdue. Live watch long reactions live right here on YouTube. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. 2nd and 8, another handoff. All right, they're trying to establish a run game here. That's 4 yards up the middle. So it'll be 3rd down and about 4. So Lee 2 carries for 6 yards here. 3rd and 4. Out of the gun. Clifford looking to throw. Steps up and gets rid of it late. Where's the flag? There is a flag. That was intended for Keandre Lambert-Smith. Yeah, Clifford almost went down on the sack. Got rid of it. Got a hold on the offense. Penalty is going to decline as it's incomplete. Be 4th down and 4, and Penn State goes 3 and out to begin the game and the season. And here comes I Love You, Barney Amore, the transfer from Colgate, who just received a scholarship last week. So I love myself too, but let's see if we can be a happy family. And Barney from 31 gets a big punt to begin the year. It'll be fair caught at the 31. So they sort of flip the field. See how the defense works out here. But not even a minute in. 57 seconds off the clock and they go 3 and out. Come on. You had 2 runs to get you 3rd and 4. Okay, they're going to anticipate the throw, which you do throw. You almost go down in the sack because the offensive line's still iffy. And then, maybe an offsetting penalty. You had the hold, no defensive hold or a pass interference by any means, but is what it is. It's early. They punt. So Aiden O'Connell going to dump it off. Purdue gets about 8 before Sutherland and Jacobs, number 0 and 23, John Sutherland and Curtis Jacobs, 2 Penn State linebackers, make the stop. So 2nd and short here for Purdue. Out of the gun. Back to his right. 2nd and 2 officially from the 39.5. O'Connell looking to throw again, slant complete out to the 49. 1st and 10 for Purdue as Joey Porter Jr. makes a tackle. Can't move more than 6 yards. You have to punt along with a hold. So there's a penalty. And now you can't get off the field on defense. What's new? It's Penn State football for you. Regardless of the year, here we are. 1st and 10, handoff, and number 91, Devon Ellies, makes the stop. Good to see Beeman back. They redshirted him last year. And Dees Isaac, coming back from injury. He's back on the edge alongside Nick Tarburton. Of course, Muster returns from his knee injury he suffered last October at Iowa. Ellie's on the stop there. Tyler Elsden, your starting middle linebacker, along with Sutherland and Jacobs are in right now. And then Joey Porter Jr. and Jair Brown back in secondary. O'Connell has all day to throw because of a hold. Officials don't throw a flag, yet they did on us, and now they're not even calling down the middle. Pass is caught. Who would have thought? And first down. Jesus Christ. First and 10 Purdue from the 40. And O'Connell looking to throw again. He has his tight end. A little too far-fetched and incomplete. Elsden on the coverage. So that makes it 2nd and 10. Got a 13-10 St. Francis lead at Akron. West Virginia Pitt currently in a commercial. Looks like Oklahoma State just scored again. Penn State plays Central Michigan in a few weeks. That's why I have this game on. Yeah, they did. It's 29, about to make it 30-7 Cowboys over the Chippewas, who I do believe went to Oklahoma State. Talk about Penn State, Pitt, and West Virginia. West Virginia back on the schedule next 2 years for blue and white, and a home and home. Backyard brawl for 4 years, just as Penn State Pitt was back in 16 and 19. I believe in 16, when Penn State went down to Pitt and ended up losing by 3. That's when Central Michigan last played at Oklahoma State and ended up winning on Hail Mary, if I can recall correctly. But here we are. After 2 incompletions, it's 3rd and 10 for the Purdue offense from the 40. So once again, out of the gun, through wide. And deep ball far side, and Keaton Ellis on the coverage along with Daquan Hardy. Seems like it's Brown and Ellis as your 2 safeties. They're Jalen Reed, number 7. And then it's, Joey Porter Jr. and Daquan Hardy, 2 Pittsburgh boys at corner. So drive stalls for Purdue. They're going to have to punt as well after a few incomplete passes. So the defense gets off the field, which is a good sign. And Penn State will get the ball back here. We'll see who the punt returner is, because it's been Jahan Dotson. They had Nick Singleton back on kickoff. But as Purdue punts it away, Parker Washington will let it go, and Purdue downs it inside the 5 at the 3. So Penn State will have 1st and 10, and a length of field in front of them to do something here early on as we're a few minutes in with both teams punting on their opening drives to begin the game. So zeros across the board with Penn State and Purdue. Just once again, thanks for tuning in and watching my live watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool in Luke 96. Back to a little preview here with everything I was saying pre-game now into the early first quarter. But once again, we'll see if Penn State can run the football. Okay, a couple carries for 6 yards there, and then an incomplete pass with the hold. Penalties decline, they punt. We'll see the offense got when we return. But long story short, if you have a running game, and this is for anybody at any level of football, if you have a running game, okay, hear me out. It's quarterback's best friend for one. Okay, it's going to take a ton of pressure off of him. You're going to be able to potentially break one off in the run game. But then it's going to relax the quarterback, and he's going to be able to be him and, air it out, and it's going to make your offense 10 times better. All right? Takes pressure off of whoever's back there slinging it. I don't care if it's the first ever quarterback to play football in history. I don't care if it's Tom Brady. I don't care if it's Sean Clifford or Aiden O'Connell or anybody else for that matter. Okay? A quarterback's best friend, well, of course, is a good offensive line to be able to block for you. But a running game, okay? You got to be able to run the football. Plain and simple. So, yeah, whoever's back there slinging it, they'll be happy if you have a running game. And then on top of that, if you have a good defense on the other side, and your special teams is pretty damn good too, you're going to be in every single game down to the wire, and you're going to have a good chance to win it. I've seen it happen. That's why I'm saying this, okay? Not preaching, just believe me, okay? But yeah, read my hat. Run the damn ball. You got to be able to run the damn ball. Also got to be able to capitalize off of turnovers. Punch it in if you got to settle for field goal every once in a while. I get that. I totally understand that. Just don't make a habit out of it, of course. And then, of course, if you have to punt, which both teams did, Purdue with the better punt, but, you know, defense for Penn State got off the field. If you have to punt, hopefully that's not a lot this year. You know, pin them deep and then make them drive on you. Hopefully the defense makes a stop. So that's that for the time being. We'll get back to anything else in a second. Penn State, 1st and 10 from the 4. Trips top of your screen and handoff up the middle. True freshman. The Gatorade National Player of the Year. Number 10, Nicholas Singleton. From Eastern Pennsylvania. Number 1 recruit. The running back position this past year, as was Drew Allar, number 15 at quarterback, backing up Sean Clifford tonight. And guess what? Another handoff to Singleton, and he gets a first down. So there's first Penn State first down of the game and on the year. Hey, play all 4 of them, see who's best, run with it. Run the damn ball. That's all I ask. Another handoff for Singleton, lowers his shoulder, 3 yards, and a cloud of dust to the 19, 2nd and 7. 10:38 and counting to play in this opening quarter. Get the run game going, open up that pass. Is what they try to do on that opening drive. And then the penalty cost them, they punted, but see what they got here. 2nd and 7, under centers the big red dog, Parker Washington in motion. They'll end around to him, and he'll get to the 22, maybe 23 if they give him a good spot. It'll be 3rd down and short here. 3rd and 3 officially for Penn State. See if they can convert on 3rd down here tonight. Hostile environment on the road. A blackout. You're used to playing in front of 110,000 fans at home in a whiteout. Why can't you do it on the fucking road in a blackout with less fans? Trips near side. Pressure off the edge. 3rd and 3. Clock at 8. You got time. You got time. 3, 2, 1. Get it off. All right. Clifford, pass, near side, complete, Parker Washington, and they get a first down, out past the 30 to 33. They'll move the sticks once more, and that's a Penn State first down. They'll hand off again to Singleton, 3 yards up the middle again. Hey, run it. Just keep being you. Run the damn ball. Something's going to click. You keep running it as much as you are right now. Or they need to. I'll say that as well. Eventually you're going to break one. And you're going to be off to the races. 2nd and 7 from the 36. Another handoff. Nick Singleton. 45-yard line. 3rd down again. Looks like 58. Tangwell's your left guard. Drew Shrugs your center. With your right guard as Sal Wormley. And as Clifford slant over the middle, incomplete, intended for Condre. Off the punt again. We'll see who's playing 2 tackle spots next go around. I believe it's 74 Lou and 79 Caden Wallace, if I'm not mistaken. there's that. A lot of questions unanswered for Penn State. As 96, Barney Amore once again punts. Fair caught inside the 10 for Purdue. I might add as well, if we ever get around to it and they get in field goal range or an extra point after a touchdown, for God's sakes, Jake Penninger is your kicker. He will handle field goals and extra points, whereas Sanders Hadak and Gabe Owusu will handle, they'll actually rotate kickoffs. But, of course, Penn State had the ball twice after receiving, so Purdue will get the ball at the end of the third quarter as well. They haven't had a chance to kick off yet. So, tidbits there for you. They're deep, at every position. They were last year more so than not. This year, though, of course, that just shows you how good, a recruiter James Franklin is. But, recruits to on-the-field talent and, making plays and winning football games is, a totally different story. You got to be able to execute and have that equal out. And, at the end of the day, a win's a win and a loss is a loss. And it sucks to lose. But, you got Clifford, Alar, Vayu, and then Bopa Brilla as well. Kevon, Ford, Singleton, and Catron running back. The question is a receiver. I know we went over the tight ends with, Theo Johnson, Brent Strange, Tyler Warren, and Dinkins and Cross potentially. And they haven't gone to the damn tight end at all yet, which is nothing new. They hardly did last year as well. But at receiver, who's going to be that 4, 5, and 6? Because I went over the top 3 earlier, and we've seen Parker Washington, we've seen Condre Lambert-Smith. Haven't seen Mitchell Tinsley, make a play yet. He's been out there, but nothing his way. Even though Clifford and him are in fact roommates, they got some experience, in Malik Mega, Harrison Wallace. With the true freshmen and redshirt freshmen, Caden Saunders, Tyler Johnson, Anthony Ivey, from Killeen, Texas, Amari Evans, Jaden Doughton's another guy who's played for Penn State. Clifford's little brother Liam. So who's going to step up? Like I said earlier, and make some plays. Only time's going to tell, of course. We'll see. But in the meantime, coming back from break, there's an old 1952 Beaver Field Penn State Purdue ticket. They actually tied 2020 that year. I was just about to go over the history as well. This is 20th all-time meeting. Penn State leads the series at 15, 3-1. Now the tie was in 52. Purdue ended up winning the first ever meeting, 28-0 in 1951, 71 years ago. For anyone who can't do math, they tied the next year. That was one they were just talking about there, coming back from break. But since then, Purdue has only defeated Penn State twice. 1, 2 times. Uno, dos. Twice. Penn State has defeated Purdue 9 straight times, dating back to 2004. The lone 2 times Purdue has beaten Penn State recently, 2003 and 2004. From 2005 on, its first meeting since 2019, a 35-7 win for Penn State. As they go over Penn State's run game improvement, new leader on the defense, and then Purdue, who's going to answer. But 2nd and 7 for the Boilermakers. 7:47 to play in the opening quarter. O'Connell pass almost, God damn it, almost picked off by Joey Porter Jr. Bobbled it, and then it was caught for a first down for Purdue. Porter, and then it looked like Jair Brown and the Black Mamba Kobe King, and God damn, you got to make that catch. That's a pick 6. Right in the face mask, bobbled it, and caught by Purdue, and then Jair Brown, Joey Porter Jr., and Sutherland would make the stop. Kalen King out at corner right now on the right side, number 4. Twin brother Kobe, who is there also to make the stop with Brown. But now 2nd and short for Purdue. After another completion, 2nd and 1. God damn, you should have caught that. Second and 1 for Purdue. We're tied at 0. All these other games have action. Another first down for Purdue. They actually run it that time. And a few yards. They'll move the sticks. First down. Akron 17-16 over St. Francis. Former Penn State offense coordinator Joe Moorhead now down. Pitt just scored. 9-7. Field goal, extra point to come. And Oklahoma State's since scored again. It's 37-7 over Central Michigan. So 0-0 here. 1st and 10 Purdue. Play clock at 3. I'll get it off. Quick bubble screen. Good block. And then Joey Porter Jr. and Tarbert make the stop, but he still pushes his way almost for another first down. It'll be 2nd and inches. God damn. Come on, D. Second and 1 again. Can you get them in a, medium situation, not short? Make them actually make some plays on you. O'Connell, deep ball, far side. Ooh. Caught first down. Almost drilled in midair. Missed tackle though. And then ended up being brought down and incomplete. Or first down, after the completion. Jalen Reed on the stop. Yeah, Jair Brown missed tackle. And guess what? Another Purdue first down. Who would have thought? Jesus Christ. From the 25-yard line, 1st and 10, Purdue knocking on the door. Number 5 to play in this opening quarter. Taking an early home lead. Toss. And Penn State there on the stop. Brown and Elsden. Number 43, Tyler Elsden. Once again, your starting middle linebacker. You've had some chances. You just got to get over that hump right now, it seems like. They're making plays. They just can't stop the big plays right now. 2nd and 9. Pump fake. Pass incomplete. Sutherland on the coverage. And 3rd down and 9. Purdue has all day on the play clock. 3rd and 9 from the 25. Trips top your screen. And they'll run it with a draw. And they'll have to settle for a field goal inside the 20 down to 18. And 4th down about 3. They'll kick it. They're not going to go for this. They'll kick it. They'll take the points. They're going to go for this? No, they're going to kick it. All right. I thought so. So this will be from about, 35, 36? Officially 36. Kick's going to be up and good. Purdue strikes first. And the Boilermakers, with 3:38 to play in the opening quarter, lead the visiting blue and white Penn State Nittany Lions 3-0. Penn State, third time's a charm potentially. They're down by 3. They'll get the ball back when we return. 3-0 Purdue. 36-yard field goal up and good. But back to this history with these two teams. Like I said, the first meeting was 71 years ago. 28-0 win for Purdue. Remember that number 28, okay? Next year they tied. Since then, though, Purdue has only defeated Penn State twice. It's 2003 and 2004. Right after Drew Brees, Kyle Orton at the helm. Penn State went out there in 03, lost by 14, and then a year later, Purdue came right here to Happy Valley and won by a touchdown. So 15-3-1 record advantage for the Nitwits. 9-game winning streak, so from 2005 on. Last meeting, of course, was a 35-7 blue and white win back in 2019. But it's Big Ten football, so throw the damn records out the window. I know it's the first game of the year. They're both 0-0, but still, throw them the hell out. But keep this in mind. Remember that 28 points I said remember? Purdue has never scored more than 28 points. It's done it twice. They've never scored more than 28 points, though, against Penn State. Whereas, and that's win or lose, okay? Whereas with Penn State, they've scored more than 30 points on 9 different occasions against Purdue in these 19 previous meetings, of course the 20th being tonight. So I said that to say this. 3-0 now, 3:38 to play in the opening quarter. Basically, and first 2 drives, it's been okay. They're trying to find a running game. Clifford, couple completions, 2 incomplete passes. Keandre Lambert-Smith on 3rd down, and they punt. But, get ready to experience another nail-biting heart attack, Penn State game here tonight, and probably for another 11, 12 more times this season. It's just how it is. But even with going back to last year's records, Penn State at 7-6 and Purdue at 9-4, of course, that was last year. This is this year. Penn State, all 6 losses, 10 points or less. I feel tonight's game is going to be decided by less than 7 to 10 points as well. So expect something, 27-20. As Purdue kicks off again, Penn State going to have a chance to return this from the 2. Nick Singleton gets out to the 20. So 1st and 10 for Penn State from there. But speaking of Big Ten football, once again, of course, right now, Penn State, Purdue. They'll take another quick commercial break. 3:33 to play here in the first quarter. Coming about a half hour or so, Minnesota is the only other Big Ten team in action tonight. They host New Mexico State. So coming up at halftime, as always, but if you're new to the channel, we'll have first half stats and scores from this game right here, Penn State, Purdue. We'll recap week 0 from last week as we started in Ireland and ended in Hawaii. We'll update tonight's slate of games. Currently watching St. Francis and Akron, the backyard brawl with West Virginia and Pitt, a future Penn State opponent at the end of September, week 4, for the first time since 2005, in the Central Michigan Chippewas, as they are at Oklahoma State tonight, and of course, Penn State and Purdue. So we'll update tonight's slate of games, including the backyard brawl, as that game with WVU and Pitt and Penn State, Purdue are no doubt about the 2 best games here tonight. So West Virginia and eat shit Pitt down in the Steel City right now. That is 10-7 Pitt. And then we'll preview the rest of week 1 as mentioned. Games tomorrow night, full slate on Saturday, game Sunday night, and a game on Monday night, Labor Day, as well. I'll also have more live watch along reactions live here on YouTube this weekend in the world of professional wrestling on Saturday and Sunday. So be sure to tune back in, hit that red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well if you haven't done so already. And once again, thank you for tuning in and watching college football, Penn State, Purdue, live watch along reactions live right here on YouTube. We'll get back to it here. First and 10, Penn State, down 3-0. First and 10 from the 20. But let me know in the comments below. Penn State or Purdue with a "we are" or a boiler up comment. Who you have winning? Once again, let me know in the comments. And thank you for tuning in and watching. First and 10, Penn State from the 21. Strange going to be in motion. As Clifford will fake the give to number 13, Katron Allen. Clifford pass caught by Parker Washington at the 40. And first and 10, Penn State. All right. Move the sticks. Let's keep it moving, though. You got to keep this going. Like I said at the start, momentum on your side. Hopefully a fast start. Not really, but first and 10, trips in a bunch now from 41. And he'll hand off 13, Katron Allen up the middle for 9, maybe 10, depending on the spot. His nickname's Fat Man. I'm not making fun of him because he's a big boy at running back, but no, Fat Man. 9 yards, 2nd and 1 from midfield. 2 true freshman backs for Penn State behind Kevon Lee. Nick Singleton, now Katron Allen. They've all gotten 1 series apiece. Devin Ford's the other. Oh, come on, PW. Bubble screen near side. Dropped, hit him right in the hands, incomplete. Had all day. Yeah. Should have been a catch, right? Well, right through his hands, dropped it, incomplete. So, 3rd and 1. Should have been a first down. Said I had all day, all green grass in front of him. 3rd and 1 from midfield. Jesus fucking Christ. Catch your fucking football. From midfield, Clifford going to hand off. Katron, first down. All right. I like to see that. They can convert on 3rd down. They're trying to establish a run game. You got to keep it going, though. You got to keep it going. Just like Oklahoma State. Every 3 seconds I look at this score, they score again. They're up 44-15 now. Hell, 5 minutes ago, it was 30-7. Yeah, so your 2 tackles, as I thought. Okay, Wallace and Alou. And Katron still in the ball game at running back. 1st and 10 from the 47. Clifford up to the line. 5 seconds. Hurry up. Let's go. Has to play a game, but they get it off. They give it to him. Katron, nowhere to go. 2nd and 10. God. 1.5 to play in this quarter. Let me take a damn deep shot. Just down the middle of the field, take a deep shot. Nothing to Mitchell Tinsley yet. It's been Parker Washington, a couple drops by Keandre Lambert-Smith. You haven't gone to your damn tight ends either, but 2nd and 10, from the 47 in Purdue territory, you're in an empty set 5 wide. Watch a quarterback draw. Clifford Try to avoid a sack. Throws it. It's going to be incomplete. 10 for Tinsley. Number 5. There's a flag on the play. I don't know if he caught that or not. They're going to say incomplete out of bounds, but I'd like to see a replay. A minute on the dot to play in this first quarter. Got a hold on the defense. Automatic first down for Penn State. All right, I'll take it. So regardless of the incompletion, they'll still move the sticks. And now both teams have a penalty apiece for a hold, an offensive and a defensive hold. Yeah, that's a good call. Well, if he didn't hold him, Parker probably would have been wide open and Clifford probably would hit him in the end zone for 6. So probably a good penalty by Purdue. 1st and 10 after the penalty from the 37 now. Clifford under center. Take the give. Clifford near side has a man. Oh, Keandre Lambert-Smith with another drop. Jesus Christ, catch the damn football. They have stick him on the sideline. If so, put some on his fucking gloves, for God's sakes. Jesus Christ. Catch the football. Exactly. Palm and face. What the fuck? Catch the football. 2nd and 10 after the incompletion. Empty set again. Go back to your tight end on the screen. Good. Tyler Warren to the 31. The 3rd and what? 4, maybe 5. Yeah, so from left to right across your offensive line, 74, 58, 70, 77, and 79. Third down and 4. Trips near side, out of the gun, back to his left. Knocking on the door. Got to convert, though. Another handoff. Boom, and 4th and short. That should do it for the quarter. And they'll switch ends, and 4th and 2, well, you could try a fake, or hell, even go for it if you want to, but what, from here? Be about a 47-yard field goal, I'd say. Jake Pinniger, his range, anywhere from about 45 in. So it sucks losing Jordan Stout to the NFL, drafted by the Ravens as their punter to go alongside Justin Tucker as their all-pro kicker. For the brand, speaking for the brand, Pat McAfee, of course, from Pittsburgh, played at West Virginia. The Mountaineers and Panthers tied up 10 at halftime. We're also at half with Central Michigan and Oklahoma State. Both these games started at 7, not 8 like Penn State Purdue. So they are at halftime here, about an hour, hour 45 in. Second half action with St. Francis and Akron as well. Once that game gets over, we will turn on New Mexico State and Minnesota. Penn State also plays Minnesota this year. And it's week 1. I haven't seen anybody yet, so get a little early look with all these games right now. Yeah, Penninger is your kicker, field goal kicker, and extra point guy, but I mean, Sanders Hadak and Alex Buchetta, along with Barney Amore, should ink a deal, even though Penn State's Nike, with Under Armour for NIL. And then, like I said, with Sahadak and Gabe rotating kickoffs, they still haven't kicked off yet. So if they have an issue with Pinninger, of course, why not switch? But they're going to have a decision to make here. They are. Here's our Big Ten commercial. They're going to have to update in a few years, of course, once you don't hear the news over the summer, USC and UCLA joining the Big Ten as early as 2024 with a new TV deal going into play next year in 2023, so no more ESPN ABC after this year. Game on Fox tonight. It'll be local channels, basically, from, other than ABC, of course, because that's Disney, ESPN. They're losing that. CBS, Fox, and NBC. And then you add in USC and UCLA, potentially Oregon, Washington, Cal, Stanford, Utah, potentially even Notre Dame. Yeah. We'll see what the future holds, but yeah, Penn State has a decision to make here. 4th and 2, right inside 50 for a field goal here to tie it up at 3, but at the end of 1, Purdue leads Penn State 3-0. There's Big Ten commish Kevin Warren. Rather have Jim Delaney back, but I'll digress. They're going to go for it. 4th and 2, at least try to draw them all sides. And Devin Ford's in the ball game at running back. 4th and 2, Penn State, and the offense is out on the field from the 29-yard line. Now, of course, right to left across your television screen, radio and IOL. Go to your tight ends. Go to your tight end. 4th and 2. Fake the give. Run a halfback screen out of the flat. First down, Devin Ford. First down, Penn State, and they convert on 4th down and 2. They're going to try to punch it in now. You got to score a touchdown after going for it on 4th and 2 like that. You can't settle for another fucking field goal. No, you got to go for it. If it comes down to it again, you got to score 6. Need a touchdown on this drive now. 1st and 10, Penn State from the 17. Clifford fakes the give to Katron. Going to step up. And maybe a yard or so out of bounds. 2nd down. No gain on the play officially. 2nd down and 10. Strange in motion. Clifford hands off Katron again, and he'll get to about the 12, be 3rd down and 5. Come on. Third and 5. You got to convert. You want 4 and 4th and 2. You got to score a touchdown now on this drive. Guys, come on. 3rd and 5. Yep. 3rd time's a charm. They're down 3. See what they got. Clifford. Complete. Mitchell Tinsley, and he's in the end zone. Touchdown, Penn State. No dirty laundry on the field. Touchdown. The Minute Lions take the lead with 13:09 to play in the first half, 6-3. And here comes Penninger for the extra point. So they capitalize. They go for it on 4th and 2. Walking around with a wheelbarrow in front of them. Mitchell Tinsley over the middle on a cross. Walks in, just like Neil Armstrong did on the moon. Touchdown, Penn State. Extra point up and good, 7-3, blue and white. 13 and change to play in the first half. We are. Penn State's having a good time right now, up 7-3. 13:09 to play in the first half. What was that, a 12-yard passing touchdown over the middle? Mitchell Tinsley, his first ever Penn State reception is 6. Transferred in from Western Kentucky. As Penn State once again this past offseason hit the transfer portal. Not as much as it did last year. Tinsley comes in, of course, Barney Moore, he's been there, but he transferred in as well from Colgate. And then up front of the O-line, number 64, Hunter Norzad, he's from Cornell. Chop Robinson, number 44 on defense at the end from Maryland. I don't think we've seen him yet tonight. Could be wrong, but defense going to be back out there now here in a second. And we'll see who kicks off first because, well, this first time they're going to kick off after the touchdown. So, yeah, 7-3, 13:09 to play in this first half. And no doubt about it, best drive of the night so far by them. Defense got off the field there after their opening punt, gave up a field goal, got the ball back, drove, and a few minutes later, they take the lead. And so, yeah, 7-3. Touchback on the kickoff, I believe that was Zahadak, if I'm not mistaken. He is a lefty. The lone lefty kicker. Reminds me a lot of Kevin Kelly. But see what defense got here. And go from there. There's denied Dennis Sutton, number 33 at DN, another true freshman for Penn State. Pass incomplete. Now we got some pushing and shoving. But second down and 10. So Mustafer and Beeman at D tackle. And then Adisa Isaac, your other D end. There's number 11, Abdul the Carter, another true freshman, along with Keon Wiley, 32 at linebacker. So they got the talent. The question is, can they put it all together? Because if so, watch the hell out. Got a late whistle. Oh, come on. Got a targeting potentially on Carter. Let's see this. Good God, he's going to be out second half now. If that stands, I mean, technically they didn't even throw a flag, but targeting is reviewable, so they're going to look at it. He came to play tonight, that's for damn sure. Big hit, but it's going to cost him, it looks like, unfortunately. As they're looking at a targeting review, 13-5 here to play in the first half after the first play of this Purdue drive that was incomplete, but then not even a late hit. He just, he did hit him in the head, but it's like, it's football, okay? Come on, personal foul targeting my ass. Fuck off, get the hell out of here. So he's out for the rest of the game. At least this happened in the first half, not the second half. But what's new with the officials and the first game of the year and a targeting against Penn State, because it happened last year as well. So, yeah, I'll digress. I'll shut up about that. But come on now, like, what the hell? It's football. You put your pads on. You know when you sign up, you're going to get hit. Live with it. Where's that hold at? Right in front of that, huh? Where's that at? But then you want to throw a flag you didn't throw, review it, and then throw him out of the game for targeting. Get the hell out of here. 1st and 10 from the 40. O'Connell complete near side. Out of bounds. Pick up about 8. Be second and short. So, yeah, there's a lot of fresh faces. A lot of newbies for Penn State this year. Myself still trying to get accustomed to who's who with numbers and such. It's more so on the defense than on the offense. It's up front on the O-line, but defensively it's pretty much from front to back, back to front. I think I'm more worried about the linebacking core this year than I am anything else on defense, because they have, returners up front on the D-line, got 2 of the 4 back in the secondary, plus some other guys with experience in the secondary as well. But, the linebackers, that's the big question mark, I think, with Manny Diaz coming in as the new DC. So 1st and 10 Purdue as they get first down. So from the 43, O'Connell flea flicker and gets drilled as he lets it go and overthrows his intended target, his tight end, number 87. Raleigh Dorm, North Carolina. Good play. I mean, they caught him off guard with a flea flicker on 1st and 10 from the 40. And he's wide open. They bit, and he's wide open, but overthrew him. Incomplete. So 2nd and 10. Yeah, he would have walked in for 6. They'd take the lead again. But incomplete. 2nd and 10. O'Connell. Complete. Johnny Dixon and Sutherland on the stop. Dixon was a transfer last year from South Carolina. He's back. Yeah, like I said, it's who's going to step up and make some plays. And until we get through a few quarters and a few games, like, you're really not going to know, unless this is how it's going to be all year, who's when and where. And as they hand off first down, Curtis Jacobs pushes him out of bounds. And who's playing more than who's not playing, if that makes sense. So, yeah, 1st and 10 for Purdue again. Fake the give, pass, nice back shoulder. It's caught inside the 10, and Penn State saying no. He dropped it, incomplete, and the officials run in and say incomplete as well. So incomplete. Oh, yeah, that ball hit the turf. That's incomplete. He never caught that. Yep, good call. Incomplete. Second and 10. Clock stops with incompletion. 10:40 to play in the half. From the 27. 7-3 Penn State. Connell going to fake the give. Incomplete. They're going to want a flag, and they're going to get it. That's a PI on Johnny Dixon. I don't know. Maybe a little bit. Yeah, that's a good call. It's more of a hold than a PI, but automatic first down for Purdue. Good call. I'll live with it. First and 10. Bubble screen, and they're going to push them down inside the 5 at the first down marker. We'll see if they give them the first down or not. First and goal. Second and 1, second and inches. So they got, 7 plays to punch it in from the 3-yard line here. Under center is Aiden O'Connell. And he'll hand off. And Purdue will also walk into the end zone for 6. Touchdown Boilermakers. And they retake the lead at 9-7 with the extra point to come. 9:43 to play in the half. And seems like it's going to be a back and forth game like this now. Because both teams have, settled down and settled into it. And I mean, honestly, what defense is going to bend but doesn't break when this game's on the line now? Late in the fourth quarter. We're going to have a barn burner on our hands, it looks like. 9-7 Purdue, extra point. Going to be up and good, make it 10-7 Boilermakers. You might want to give me 10 of those, but yeah. 10-7 Purdue over Penn State. New Lions getting the ball back when we return. First 2 drives, 2 punts. Third time the charm. Went for it on 4th and 2. Got the first down. A couple plays later, they strike and take the lead with the passing touchdown. Go up 7-3, and then Purdue answers in response, and they score the rushing touchdown. So 10-7 Purdue now over Penn State, under 10 to play in the first half. And in the meantime, we're about to begin the second halves of both West Virginia and Pitt and Central Michigan, Oklahoma State, whereas with St. Francis and Akron, we're towards the tail end of the game, about 5 minutes to play in a one-score game. And St. Francis, honestly, I'm watching this, had Akron right where they wanted them at. They let them off the hook, though, and have given up a lead, and now they trail. So let's see if they can tie this game up or come back and win. I doubt it. But yeah, well, they're knocking on the door. Just picked up a big first down there. But yeah, those are the 4 games I'm currently watching. I'm just now tuning in, and thank you for tuning in and watching. It is odd for myself, at least in the regular season. Once again, Penn State playing on a Thursday night. they've played on every day of the week during bowl season. The only day of the week now, since playing on a Thursday night to start the year, having played on Thursday night, later in the year, as mentioned earlier, a long time ago in the regular season, the only day of the week they haven't played on is a Tuesday. And they'll never play Maction football. So they do host Ohio and Central Michigan by the end of the month. Of course, both games right here in Happy Valley at home at Beaver Stadium. They'll never go to a MAC school on the road, let alone during the middle of the week. So, Tuesday during the regular season now is the only time Penn State has never played on. So, for what it's worth, maybe with the new athletic director and Pat Kraft, along with James Franklin, doesn't do so hot this year, or in the coming years, or if he leaves on his own, or they do decide to fire him, I'll go back to who I think should replace him. Not saying this because of that, just connecting some dots here. During commercial break, he had hired Matt Roll at Temple when he was the AD there. Potentially bring a prodigal son home if it comes down to it. But that's a conversation for another day. So I'll leave it at that. But tonight, Penn State, ball back down 10-7 here. 9 and change to play in the first half. At least they'll start this drive with good field position, kick out of bounds. So it'll be 1st and 10 from the 40. But yes, Penn State has a new president. Penn State has a new athletic director. They just extended James Franklin, as Sandy Barber fucked him on the way out. But it is what it is. What can you do? So 10-7. 1st and 10 Penn State, as the blackout has a good half of the one side of the stadium in white spots, as Penn State wears white on the road. As the team wears white, so do the fans. Yeah. 1st and 10, Penn State. Kevon Lee on the give, and he'll get about a yard or so, 2nd down and 9. But as they get back to the run game, Clifford's going to have to make some plays here too, no doubt about it. Norzad's in for Tanglaw at left guard. So there's your first switch on the offensive line. 2nd and 9. Haven't seen any tight end action. Lambert Smith has a few drops. Tinsley has a touchdown. Parker has a couple catches. But trying to find a run game here still with Kevon Lee, along with Singleton and Catron. Of course, Devin Ford has the 4th down conversion. But now another, yard or so. 3rd down and long here for Penn State. Set the draw up on offense. Go to your damn tight ends. Dale Johnson, Brent Strange, Tyler Warren. Yeah, 3rd and 8. Clifford, Purdue is offsides. This is a free play. It's incomplete, but they'll get another crack at it. They'll get another shot. It'll be 3rd and 3. Yeah, Purdue jumped. The corner near side. Yep. Thank you. Oh, there's 2 flags. Offsetting. We're both on Purdue, and they take what they want and maybe get an automatic 1st down out of it. Hold on somebody and then the offside. Okay. 3 fouls on the defense. Offsides, that's declined. Holding, this one's going to be declined. And then you got a pass interference, so they're going to take that. Automatic 1st down, and they'll move the ball a good 15 yards. So they should be right around midfield. 3 fouls on the defense in one play, yeah. With your 3 basic penalties: an offside, a hold, and a pass interference. Okay, 1st and 10. Yeah, right on the right side of the 50 now from the 48 in Purdue territory. Down 3, 10, 7, 8, 21 to play in the half. Clifford going to step up. Deep ball down the far side and incomplete. Intended for Brenton Strange. Good ball. He still almost came down with it. Good coverage. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. What can you do? Yeah. Second and 10. Central PA's own 814. Handoff. And Kevon Lee gets about 3, maybe 4 at the 3rd down. Three of 6 on 3rd down. Well, yeah, it is 3rd and 6 from the 44. Clifford gets rid of it, almost picked off, incomplete. 10 for Mitchell Tinsley. And, well, all right. At least with the punt, you can pin them deep, make them drive on you if, they're going to want to score before halftime. Remember, Purdue, if they score right now before half, take whether with a field goal or touchdown extension, 13-7 or 17-7, they'll also get the ball to begin the 3rd quarter. So defense going to have to make a stop right now. As Barney Amore on 4th and 6 comes on the punt. And it'll be downed inside the 5 at the 3. Good punt. Very good punt. All right. Defense should be fired up to get a big stop here. Get the ball back. Penn State still has 3 timeouts, as does Purdue. So got some time here before halftime. So, we'll see what happens here before half and then get into some first half stats and scores and so on and so forth. What else is going on as well. So, defense going to make a stop here. They give them a field goal, give them a touchdown on half of Purdue's drives so far here tonight. And all the offense has to show for is 1 touchdown. They're down by 3, but they've also punted 3 times now as well. So, somebody's got to make some plays here before too long, unless it not necessarily could get out of hand, but all it's going to take is a play or two, especially on the road. You turn it over as well. That's almost happened a few times. The penalties, they were about pretty even until a second ago. Advantage Purdue in that category. So a plus for Penn State. Purdue has more penalties than they do. But still, you can't let the refs, try to control this game either. You got to go out and win it yourself. So with that being said, just once again, they got to make some plays. And if they can, which we know they can, it's just, the execution factor of actually can they? Can they, get up off their ass and figure something out for once, or not? Because if not, they're going to be screwed and up shit creek without a paddle. So, still early. Still a lot of football to be played, but like I said at the start, momentum. And you got to find that consistency. You got to find an identity for Penn State football this year tonight. Because if you don't now or soon, it's going to be too late. Season's going to be over before you know it at that point. All right? So until then, got to make stuff on defense right now. They're still trying to run the football. But like I said as well, Clifford's going to have to make some plays here. Somebody's going to have to start catching footballs at receiver. At least they went to a tight end finally. Jesus Christ, took them a quarter and a half. But at the same time, it's like, we know Clifford can run. You know, why not step up and make some plays on your own? But with the run game, you still got to get it to your playmakers in space and let them work. They're trying to. They're just not executing, you know, to their fullest extent right now. And with that, it starts up front. The offensive line hasn't looked too shabby, but they haven't looked, you know, excellent. They haven't looked, you know, fabulously great either. So 1st and 10, Purdue. Curtis Jacobs on the stop. I'll give him maybe a yard. So 2nd and 9 here for Purdue. 7:07 to play in the first half. Marquise Wilson playing some corner. As incomplete on the slant as Johnny Dixon got beat. That's what, the way he's recruiting, they have the depth. That's why they can play as many players as they are right now. Yeah, that's a drop. That should have been a 95-yard slant. Catch and go for a touchdown. Yeah. 3rd and 9. They can get off the field here quick. You know, punt, get the ball back. Good field position. 3 timeouts down 3. You know, take a lead into halftime or at least tie it up. Should be all right. Incomplete. Yeah, Marquise Wilson on the coverage. Purdue won another flag for a targeting, but they're not going to get it. Good to see P.J. Mustard going old school with the middle crossbar on the face mask. So they get off the field on D. Purdue goes a yard after that punt inside the 5. They'll punt now from the back of their end zone, and Penn State should have half the field and a 1st down and 10 with 3 timeouts down 3 here with about 6 minutes to play in the half to do something before halftime. Parker Washington fields the punt at the 48. Good return out past the 45 to the 40. All right, yeah. They'll have 1st and 10 from there, 6:14 and 3 timeouts down 3. If you don't score some points here, I'm going to be a little disappointed, as I think the rest of the nation will be as well. At least tie it up. No doubt about it, even, you know, better take a lead, but here we go. Who's in at running back? Because it's been Kevon Lee, Nick Singleton, and Katron Allen. 1, 2, 3, and then 4th was Katron, so this should be Singleton and then Katron. It's back to Singleton, so that they're doing 1 series apiece for these backs. Nick Singleton up the middle for 4 yards, 2nd and 6. And they're, you know, keeping them healthy. They're giving them some playing time. So, yeah. Last year it was every 2 series. Tonight is every 1. Clifford 2nd and 6 from the 39. Another handoff. Nick Singleton, and he'll be brought down right away. No gain on the play, 3rd down. Now you're in the position Purdue has 3 timeouts. They want to stop the clock here. They can get the ball back. I don't think they would, because they'd, potentially get the ball back with, some good field position and time, and then still 3 timeouts. So big 3rd down here for Penn State. See if they can convert, or at least get in long field goal range. 4th and short, maybe go for it again, or kick a long field goal. Empty set 5 wide. 3rd and 6 from 39. Right to left. Clifford gets a snap. Got to step up. Go. Run. Get the 1st down. He dives. Gets it. They'll move it. 1st down, Penn State. 3rd and 6. He got 7. Last I checked, that's enough for 1st down. And here we go. Keep it going. That's the thing. If they can convert and then late in the game are able to finish it and close it out with their run game, they'll be able to win a lot of football games this year. Because that's been their, downfall the past 2 years. They had a running game, and it's shown. Handoff, Singleton, a yard. 2nd and 9. Second and 9. Clifford dumps it off. Brenton Strange. 1st down, Penn State again at the 21. 10-yard reception. They finally go to the tight ends. They'll sub out Strange and Keandre. Yeah, need that momentum on your side. It takes some time every once in a while, yeah, but that rhythm, they're starting to click. Singleton motions out of the backfield. Bubble screen complete. Mitchell Tinsley gets inside the 20 for about 4, maybe 5. 2nd and medium. .250 and counting in the half. 2nd and 6. Down by 3. 10-7 Purdue. Clifford gonna fake the give. Deep ball in the end zone, and got a flag on the play. Number 6 at receiver. We're gonna have to see who the hell that is, because obviously somebody switched fucking numbers on me already. Personal foul, roughing the passer on the defense. Automatic 1st down. Who the hell is that intended to? That's a good call. You can't go low like that on a quarterback anymore. Yeah. Clifford holds his left knee, but he seems to be okay. Yeah, who the hell is number 6 at receiver? That's Harrison Wallace. Harrison Wallace is not 85 anymore. He is number 6. So that was intended to him. He's this year's John Lovett, switching numbers in the first fucking game. 1st and goal from the 8. After the penalty, Clifford going to hand off. Singleton. Nick Singleton going to spin down to the 2. 2nd and goal from there. Remember last year, John Lovett wore 23 and then switched to 10. Harrison Wallace, no longer 85. He is number 6. So I'll have to switch that. Add in the official starting offensive and defensive line. So I have everybody listed, but the actual lineup. 2nd and goal from the 2. Clifford's under center. Got the big boys up front and the big boys in the back. And they'll sneak it from the 2 and push on 2nd and goal. And down in the end zone, touchdown Penn State. Touchdown Penn State. Sean Clifford, the big red dog, goes back up by 3, 13-10. Extra point to come. You don't really see a quarterback sneak from the 2-yard line, but yeah, they lined up Brenton Strange right behind him, Nick Singleton to his left, Katron Allen to his right, and they just pushed the pile until he was in the end zone across the goal line, so to speak. Touchdown. Like to see that. That's for damn sure. Old school. Run the damn ball. They do. They score. They retake the lead. And the extra point's up and good. 14-10 Penn State with 1:44 to play in the half. Both teams still have all 3 timeouts remaining, I might add as well. But as halftime nears, the Nittany Lions retake the lead. Yes, Harrison Wallace is now number 6. Wonder if anybody else switched numbers on me. Might as well look that up now. Because I have him listed as 85. And obviously he just switched within the past couple days. And he is now number 6. As is Zakee Wheatley on defense at safety. Get through the actual roster here real quick. See if I'm going to have to change anything else. Doesn't look like it, but there's always that one, maybe 2, that it's like, who the hell is that? Even though you know everybody by name or number or both, and then it throws you off when you see it and you don't know who it is because they switched it. But we have seen a lot of players play on this defense tonight. In every which position too. Start up front on the D line with the tackles and the DNs. We've seen a good 3-4 players at each position. The linebackers about the same. Secondary with the corners and safeties. Yeah. Seen 5 corners. 3, maybe 4 safeties. Tangwell and Norzad have switched at left guard. Brent Strange seems to be the only tight end, even though Tyler Warren's been out there. Keandre Lambert-Smith has a few drops at receiver. It's been the 3 receivers of Parker Washington, Mitchell Tinsley, and Keandre Lambert-Smith. No Malik Mega. I talked about Harrison Wallace earlier. Then he switches numbers on me. Now I know he's number 6. They went to him on that, but then the roughing the passer, and then later on, a play or 2 later, touchdown Penn State anyway, so they retake the lead 14-10. They've played all 4 running backs, and Clifford's been your starting quarterback. And, of course, you still have Clifford is your quarterback, Franklin is your head coach, Yursich is the offense coordinator, Diaz is your defense coordinator, and Stacy Collins is your special teams coordinator coming over from Boise State. But as Penn State scores once again, retakes the lead. Earlier, yes, it was Sander Sahadak. Now it's number 99, Gabe Owusu. And that's a touchback, so they're operating as they said they were going to. And they're switching every other kickoff with the kicker, as Penninger is still your field goal and extra point kicker, Barney and Moore your punter, and then either Sahadak or Owusu as your kickoff specialist. In the meantime, St. Francis and Akron are in overtime, tied at 23. West Virginia leads Pitt 17-10. However, Pitt with a 1st and goal now, looking to tie it up mid-3rd quarter. Oklahoma State 51-22 over Central Michigan. And coming up at halftime, first half stats and scores, Penn State, Purdue, along with taking a look at what else has happened so far this college football season, including all the games going on right now, and along with previewing the rest of the weekend. 8-yard completion over the middle, 2nd down and 2 for the Boilermakers from the 33. 2nd and 2. O'Connell going to hand off. They'll get a first down. Tackled by 23, Curtis Jacobs. And number 20, Adisa Isaac. So it looks like they've added walk-ons to the roster as well since I've last looked at this. Purdue with another first down. Another pass caught. Another completion. A minute to play in this first half. I'll try not to butcher anybody's name either this year, as I do have the pronunciation list as well. But 1st and 10 from the 34. Purdue knocking on the door, looking to retake the lead. Over the middle, incomplete. Good coverage by Eldsden and Porter. Got a flag on the play, though. What the hell is that? Ineligible man downfield. I was going to say, what the hell is this penalty for? Yeah, an ineligible receiver downfield. And now they pick it up, no foul. They say the ball was tipped, incomplete, 2nd and 10. So Purdue lucks out. They still got 3 timeouts with 50 seconds on the clock. Down 14-10. Second and 10, pass over the middle, caught. Third and 1. Timeout. Yeah. Timeout, Boilermakers. Got a 3rd and 1. Third and 10 for Purdue when we return. Third and 1 after the timeout. 35 seconds. End around. Yep. And missed tackles, fumble. Penn State has it. First down, Nittany Lions. 30 seconds and 3 timeouts. Joey Porter on the recovery. Makes up for his incompletion on the almost pick 6 earlier. Yeah. End around, bit him in the ass. Penn State had a few missed tackles, but then a big hit. And boom, ball gets jarred loose, and Penn State's right there to recover. Wheatley jarring it loose. Adisa Isaac missed tackle. There's Wheatley. And then Joey Porter Jr., right man, right place, right time. Covers it, and first down, Penn State. Yep. First and 10, Penn State. 3 timeouts and 30 seconds, up 4. Take a timeout. Purdue takes a second timeout. All right, so Penn State will still have 3 here. So that timeout by Purdue came back and, bit them in the ass. And then they run an end around and, fumble them. Penn State hops on it and recovers. They're going to review this now. So Purdue with a smart timeout to get the ref's attention to review it, making sure that Penn State was in bounds when they recovered it. And sure as hell looked like it. So should be Penn State football, first and 10. He's in bounds. None of his body and none of the football is out of bounds. He's in bounds. He recovered it. Yeah. Be first and 10, Penn State. And Akron holds on. They defeat St. Francis in overtime, 30-23. The red flash almost out. But the Zips, they hold on. Big win. First and 10 from the 18. 30 seconds and 3 timeouts. Need some chunk plays here. You go deep. Clifford, he will go deep. Mitchell Tinsley, that's pass interference. Thank you. That's an automatic spot foul, first down. Inside Purdue territory, down at the 35. 22 seconds and still 3 timeouts in first and 10. Thank you. Pass interference. These Purdue fans aren't liking these refs right now because every fucking penalty lately has been against them. Automatic first down. It should be a spot foul. That's a good call. No, but they took a deep shot and Purdue bit, and there's a pass interference, so you live with it. Ball on the 33. So only a 15-yard penalty, no spot foul. So they're still in their territory on their own 33. Yeah. So got 3 timeouts in 22 seconds. Need some chunk plays. Just getting fucking field goal range. Clifford all day to throw. And, almost picked off. Intended for Tinsley again. Underthrown, though. Incomplete. 2nd and 10 of 16 seconds. Still 3 timeouts. I wonder, though, knowing them, if they'll just take a fucking knee and go into halftime now at 4. You got 3 timeouts in 16 seconds, and Purdue's going to get the ball to begin the third quarter. Keep it going. You just don't want to turn it over, which I can understand. The ball's almost picked. And luckily, they didn't get a holding on them right there, but oh well. Here we go. Devin Ford going to motion out of the backfield. Empty set, 5 wide, 2nd and 10. Clifford. Offensive line doesn't look bad. Clifford all day to throw again. Man wide open. Brenton Strange. Go. Keep going. Get on your horse. Brenton Strange inside the 20. 15, 10, 5. Touchdown Penn State has 2 seconds. 1. Time expires. A 67-yard passing touchdown to end the half to extend the lead for Penn State. Making plays. Scoring points. Still 2 seconds on the clock, but touchdown Penn State. I was going to say, hey, go out of bounds, save some time. He still got 3 timeouts, but he broke a tackle, and there's nobody in front of him, and he got on his horse and went. He trucked after he caught it right out past the 50. Clifford led him. Caught at the 45. Broken tackle. Stiff arm. Get the fuck out of my way. And keeps going, and guess what? They finally go back to the tight ends, and it pays off, and they extend the lead. Touchdown, Penn State. And he's in, touchdown. Penninger on for the extra point, making an 11-point lead. Purdue will get the ball to begin the third quarter, but now it's 21-10 Penn State. A little bit of a slow start, but they're starting to find their rhythm. They're starting to find just who the hell they are. And they're showing us. Let's go. Let's fucking go. And they capitalize off of a turnover, I might add, as well. 30 seconds later, they go 82 yards and a touchdown. Cut loose. Foot loose for 6. And extra points up and good, yeah. 21-10 Penn State. And it is real quiet right now in West Lafayette for everyone wearing black. Jonathan Sutherland on to hold for the kickoff. Just squib it. Don't kick this deep. Fucking, why are you kicking him deep, jackass? It's a touchback. Or they'll return it. I don't know why. Brought down at the 12. That does it for the first half. You should have fucking squibbed it. Time, of course, would have ran out. As it did anyway. So, still at halftime. Penn State leads at 21-10 over Purdue. Purdue will receive to begin the second half. But at halftime, Sean Clifford's 8 of 15 for a $141 and 2 touchdowns. One to Mitchell Tinsley, and that last one to end the half to Brenton Strange. Nick Singleton leads Penn State in the backfield. 9 carries, 33 yards rushing. Katron Allen has 5 carries, 19 yards rushing. Whereas Kevon Lee has 5 for 13, and Clifford 3 of 8, and the quarterback sneak for a touchdown as well, I might add. So a passing touchdown by Clifford, a rushing touchdown by Clifford, another passing touchdown by Clifford. Sean Clifford's accounted for all 3 touchdowns tonight. First one to Mitchell Tinsley, second one himself, the third one just to close the half right there. Brenton Strange from 60 plus out. And an 11-point lead at the half, 21-10. Parker Washington also has carried 4 yards as well. But Brenton Strange leads the team now in receiving. 2 catches, 77 yards, 67 of those being on that touchdown. Parker Washington, 2 of 30. Mitch Tinsley has 2 catches, 16 yards in the score. Devin Ford, 1 of 12. And Tyler Warren has a catch for 6 yards. Kendra Lambert-Smith has a few drops. They got Devin Ford involved in the receiving game out of the backfield on that 4th and 2. So captured 12 yards. Remember, they ended up scoring. That was the Mitchell Tinsley touchdown. After they started with 2 punts, touchdown, punting again. Since then, though, 2 more touchdowns. So 21-10 at the half for Penn State. Of course, would like to see, in the second half here, if they can continue to run the football now, and when the game's on the line, close it out with the running game, whether it be Kevon Lee, Devin Ford, Nick Singleton, or Katron Allen. It seems like it's 3 backs in the run game with Lee, Singleton, and Allen. And then you have Ford. He's lining up as a running back, but damn well they're going to pass to him in the receiving game. So, Clifford took a shot on a late hit. Hopefully he'll be all right with the knee. Seems fine to me. But, yeah, really the only guys that really haven't done much. Kendra Lambert-Smith, a few drops. Okay, it's Brenton Strange and Tyler Warren at tight end. I don't know where the hell Theo Johnson's at by any means. Offensive line hasn't looked, that bad. Could be better, of course, but I think it is a little bit better than what we've seen recently from them. So that's, a little bit of, improvement. Defensively, like I said, it seems like We've seen a good 4 DNs with Adisa Isaac and Nick Tarburton, and then Chop and DDS coming in as well. Mustafer, Beeman, Ellies, Izzard. Biggest question mark, like I said, linebackers. Elsdon hasn't looked bad. Curtis Jacobs making some plays. You saw the King boys in there together as well early on. Sutherland with some stops. Carter, of course, out for the rest of the game with a targeting. But then the DBs. I would think right now, of course, no doubt about it, your offensive MVP at half would be Sean Clifford. He's accounted for all 3 touchdowns. 2 passing, 1 rushing. Running games there. Needs to be 10 times better, though. Some of these receivers need to learn how to catch again, but I'll digress. But then defensively, Joey Porter almost had a pick 6 early. Had a fumble recovery there on the last drive. A couple plays later, they go 80-plus and score right before half to extend the lead. Jair Brown's been quiet, but that's nothing new. When it was him and Brisker, he was the quiet of the two, and now it's him and Joey Porter, and he's still the quiet of the two. But he has been known to make plays late in the game, so we'll see if that, comes to fruition or not. Daquan Hardy's still playing some good corner in my eyes. Johnny Dixon, okay. Wheatley forced the fumble. Porter recovered it. Keaton Ellis from State College High as well, making some plays. So, and Penniger's looked good on his 3 extra point attempts. Barney and Moore with a good punt. Few good punts, I might add. But the one down inside the 5, they got the field position. They ended up scoring the next to last touchdown, that quarterback sneak. And then, the kickoff specialists, they've rotated them, and they seem fine there. So they're not necessarily hitting on all cylinders there, but that's what I've said. Like, they had the talent, but just watch out if they can put it all together. Because I'm not saying they're going to be unsolvable by any means, but they're going to be pretty damn hard to beat. So, gets first game. It's still early. A lot of ball left to be played tonight. A lot of ball left to be played the rest of the year, but still, there's always room for improvement. We'll see what they got coming out in the second half. Purdue, as mentioned, will receive the second half kick. So 21-10 is your halftime score. Once again, Sean Clifford's 8 of 15 for 141 yards passing and 2 touchdowns. Nick Singleton has 9 carries, 33 yards rushing. Katron Allen, 5 of 19. Kevon Lee, 5 of 13. And then Brenton Strange, 2 catches, 77 yards and a score. Parker Washington has 2 catches, 30 yards. Tinsley, the transfer from Western Kentucky, 2 for 16 and a touchdown. Ford, 1 of 12 of the backfield. Tyler Warren, 1 of 6. Purdue, on the flip side, Aiden O'Connell hasn't looked bad. 13 and 22, a $155. They have a rushing touchdown. King Doru has 6 carries, 29 yards, and a score. Downing, 4-14 as well. But then a few transfers for Purdue Boilermakers. At receiver, Jones has 4 catches, 59 yards. Rice, 2 of 33. Sheffield, 2 of 20. And Tracy. Jones and Tracy are the 2 Iowa transfers at receiver for the Boilermakers. 4.59 and Tracy 2 of 17 as mentioned. Durham, tight end, he's had a few targets, but they just haven't been able to connect. He has a catch for 9 yards. So, Penn State's 4 of 8 on third down, whereas Purdue's 1 of 5. Penn State, of course, 1 of 1 on fourth down as well. 218, 2 of 5 in total yards, advantage blue and white. Purdue has, 14 more passing yards, $155 to $141, but, Clifford has 2 passing touchdowns, so that equals out. Penn State was 77 yards rushing in the first half. Half of their games last year, they didn't even have fucking 77 yards rushing the whole entire fucking game, including the 9 overtime game against Illinois. Okay, so the run game's there. It can get better, though, and that's the good thing about it. And if this offensive line can stay healthy, if everybody can stay healthy for that matter, knock on wood, they can block as they are, maybe tune it up a notch. You know, Clifford making some plays. He's starting to. Run games there, continue to run the football, make plays on defense, rely on your special teams when you need to, and you know, should be all right at the end of the day. You should be okay. So Purdue has a turnover. It's a fumble. Penn State capitalized off of it. So that's a turnover for 7. And an 11-point lead at halftime for the blue and white, 21-10. So once again, thank you for tuning in and watching my college football Penn State at Purdue live watch long reactions live right here on YouTube. As always, I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96. We got the halftime report with the big noon kickoff crew: Rob Stone, Brady Quinn, Reggie Bush, Matt Leinart, and Urban Meyer. Penn State on top by 11, 21-10. The games I was watching, and we'll get to some scores here in a second. Akron defeated St. Francis in overtime, 30-23. Late third quarter, Pitt has now since taken the lead over West Virginia, 24-17. And Oklahoma State still leads Central Michigan, 51-28. So those are the 4 games, including Penn State Purdue, that I am currently watching. See what else is going on now across college football. We're actually going to start off with recapping week 0 from last Saturday. But first, as mentioned, once again, thanks for tuning in and watching my college football Penn State at Purdue live watch long reactions live right here on YouTube. I'm your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Cool and Luke 96. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe on social media. Links in the description below. Scroll down, check out Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. That red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well. Live right here on YouTube. Smash that thumbs up button. Share hashtag college football, hashtag Penn State, hashtag Purdue. Chat questions and comments, super chats, super stickers, super thanks, and super likes. Always greatly appreciated. Give me a "we are" comment if you want Penn State to win, and give me a "bowler up" comment if you want Purdue to win. So, with all that being said, once again, Penn State leads Purdue 21-10 at the half. In the meantime, week 0, we kicked it off in Dublin, Ireland, with a Big Ten matchup between Northwestern and Nebraska. Nebraska was up 28-17 in the third quarter. Onside kick did not go their way. Northwestern recovered. Momentum switched. Northwestern ended up winning the game as Nebraska was shut out the rest of the way. 31-28 your final. Northwestern, your winner, 31-28 over the Cornhuskers. As they're off this week, and Nebraska hosts North Dakota. Not North Dakota State, North Dakota. So as mentioned earlier, the winner of this game will technically be tied top of the leaderboard in the Big Ten with Northwestern. If it's Purdue, they'll be tied atop the West and the overall conference. If it's Penn State, they'll be tied atop the conference, and then they'll both be ahead in the West and the East, respectively, before all these other games, kick off this weekend. Mitchell Tinsley, former Western Kentucky Hilltopper, they won 38-27 over Austin Peay. UNLV 52-21, over Idaho State. Utah State 31-20 over UConn, as former Penn State quarterback Taquan Roberson transferred, became a Husky, was injured earlier in that game. They still went out and almost defeated the Aggies. Came up short, though, losing by 11. They covered, but they lost by 11, 31-20. Illinois, another Big Ten team, 38-6 winners over Wyoming. Speaking of St. Francis losing earlier to Akron in overtime, Duquesne, they went to Tallahassee, took on the Noles, lost by 40, covered, but they lost by 40 against Florida State, 47-7. Florida Atlantic 43-13 over Charlotte. North Carolina with a 56-24 win over Florida A&M. Nevada 23-12 over New Mexico State. Whereas North Texas 31-13 over UTEP. and then from the islands of Hawaii, the Rainbow Warriors had the Vanderbilt Commodores right where they wanted them at. They let them off the hook, and Vandy, well, 63-10 your final score. But with Vandy, yeah, get at me when they beat Alabama. Get at me when they beat Georgia. Get at me when they beat everybody else in the SEC and not Hawaii in a blowout, 63-10. So people are going to say, Vandy's back. My ass. Anyways, tonight's games now. This Thursday, September the 1st. Late third quarter, still 24-17. Pitt over West Virginia in the backyard brawl, 51-28. Oklahoma State over Central Michigan. Got some highlights during halftime here on Fox between Penn State and Purdue. But there has been only one game that has gone final, and it was Akron defeating St. Francis 30-23 in overtime. Still to come tonight, we got Northern Arizona and Arizona State. Speaking of Urban Meyer on the kickoff show here, rumored potentially, yes, no doubt about it, to get back into coaching. He's not going to be able to live with himself if he can't. But I'd said late last year, and both of these teams are in action tonight. One has already played this year. They play again this weekend. I just talked about them a little bit ago. I talked about Urban Meyer potentially going to, some of these schools when he got fired by the Jags right before Christmas last year. It was a Thursday night. I remember talking about it during the Chief Charger Thursday night game. If you don't believe me, go check out that live watch on our Extra Stream Library on YouTube. But then I'm going to add in actually two teams, because I just heard a new one the other day. So get to that in a second. But Urban Meyer potentially next year back into coaching. I wouldn't be shocked if it's West Virginia or Nebraska. Auburn's the new addition. And then watching the Dan Patrick show, his source said Urban potentially for Arizona State. Arizona State, they host Northern Arizona later on tonight, long story short. Cal Poly, Fresno State later on tonight as well on FS1. And then Portland State and San Jose State. But currently, in the meantime, as mentioned, said I'd put on New Mexico State and Minnesota once St. Francis and Akron got over with. We're going to do that right now. It is 14-0 Golden Gophers over New Mexico State. So we're going to turn on Big Ten Network here. Also, in the meantime, still end of the third quarter now. West Virginia trailing Pitt on the road 24-17. Oklahoma State 51-28 over Central Michigan. Tennessee's putting it to Ball State 59-7. UCS putting it to South Carolina State as well, 49-10. Got a good one on ESPN3. Maybe I'll turn that game on rather than Minnesota. I want to see Minnesota play, though. That's the thing. We could probably wait at PennStateClose.com. We're going to turn on ESPN. Actually, turn back on ESPN. We were just on with St. Francis and Akron. Got a good one cooking with Bryant, Florida International. Early fourth quarter, 19-16, Golden Panthers. Toledo 23-0 over MJF's LIU. Wake Forest 30-3 over VMI. Northern Illinois 21-6 over Eastern Illinois. UAB shutting out Alabama A&M at the half, 38-0. And did I read off? Well, actually, I'll turn on Bryant, FIU, and then Louisiana Tech, Mizzou, because both of those are on ESPN. And that's the second game. That's at halftime, 24-10, Tigers over the Bulldogs. So Mizzou 24-10 over La Tech, and then Minnesota 14-10 over New Mexico State, which that game, catch that a little bit later on. And then, of course, with the game we're currently watching, That is Penn State on top of Purdue at the half. Once again, 21-10. So thank you for tuning in and watching, and we'll get back to the action momentarily. West Virginia is an extra point away from tying the backyard brawl up at 24 early fourth quarter. So that game's going to come down to the wire. Oklahoma State just scored again. And we're about to kick off the second half with Penn State and Purdue with the blue and white up 21-10 over the Boilermakers, with Purdue getting the football to begin the second half. Yep. If Purdue can stop Clifford, if they can stop the running game and then do something on offense, they might be able to get back in this game. The question is can the Penn State defense make some stops? And, with the one turnover, almost had a pick six early, make a play or two and, maybe score some points that way. But, we'll see here. We'll see. Purdue's back deep to receive, and we're underway in the second half. Good kick. Yeah, they might be in a good spot here. So 1st and 10 Purdue from the 25. First play of the third quarter. Out of the pistol. O'Connell handoff. And some missed tackles by Penn State there, but they end up gang tackling them and bring them down after about a yard or so. Second down. Clifford coming out a little late from the locker room, but they're on defense right now, so that's okay. Of course, just getting checked out. But in the meantime, true freshman number 15, Drew Lahr, warming up on the sideline for Penn State to potentially, if needed, enter the ballgame. 2nd and 8, O'Connell over the middle. Pass complete, pushed out of bounds by Joey Porter. 1st and 10. from the 37. Fake the give. Another pass by O'Connell. First down, Purdue. Durham for 11. First and 10. They'll move the sticks once more. Yeah. Missed tackles. Come on. Got a flag on the play. Isaac ends up bringing them down, but come on. Yeah, that late hit. Roughing the passer. And we might see Drew Allard tonight. .6'5", 250. Yeah, I know. And I know how Ben Roethlisberger plays quarterback. 18 years as a Steeler and a Steeler fan. Yeah. Another first down though, but yeah, whether Drew Allard, Aller, true freshman, he hasn't played college football yet though, so we'll see what he's got. If he gets a chance tonight, if he, gets in because of Clifford being injured. But he is warming up just to be safe. I think once they get back out there on offense, it'll be Clifford. And they'll try to run the football with a lead. Because that's what you need to do anyway with a lead. You need to run the damn ball. Just like Purdue did there. 7-yard rush up the middle, 2nd and 3. Second and 3, slant over the middle, caught, and then dropped on the hit. Keaton Ellis. And then Kalen King was also there as well. So 3rd and 3 for Purdue. They're in field goal range. They don't convert, cut this back down to a 1-score game, but after the incompletion, 3rd and 3, 12 and 5 to play in the third. Play clock at 1. That's delay a game. Come on. And they convert. First down. Down at the 11 when it should have been a delay a game. Should have been a penalty. Should be 3rd and 8. Now it's a 1st and 10. God damn. Well, he's physical because his name's Joey Porter Jr. Speaking of Ben Roethlisberger and the Steelers, of course, his father, Joey Porter Sr. We got a Purdue injury. So 1st and 10 Purdue, but injury timeout for the time being. There's Joey Porter Sr. in the crowd. Wonder how high he's sitting up tonight, and if his back's hurting him because he has to crawl up all the steps. First and goal for Purdue in the meantime. Zane Durant in at D tackle, true freshman as well, alongside Mustafer. First and goal for Purdue from the 10. Pass, batted down, incomplete as Penn State brought pressure. Good play. Second and goal from the 10 after the incompletion. O'Connell far side in the end zone, caught. Like incomplete. It was caught and dropped, incomplete, and then we got a flag on the play for a defensive pass interference. Come on. Yeah, ball will be placed at the 2 since it occurred in the end zone. First and goal, they get Joey Porter Jr. on the DPI. I don't know about that. He turned around and swatted that ball away. That's a good defensive play. That's not a fucking pass interference. I don't know about that. Come on. That's a little bullshit. First and goal from the 2. Connell under center, they toss, and he walks in, touchdown, Boilermakers. They cut the lead to 5. Extra point to come, and King DeRue once again with another rushing touchdown tonight. So just as Sean Clifford has 2 passing and 1 rushing touchdown, King DeRue has 2 touchdowns on the ground, along with a field goal for the Boilermakers as they went up 3-0 early. 7-3 Penn State, 10-7 Purdue, 14-10, 21-10 Penn State. Now 21-16 with that touchdown. Extra point here, 11-16 to play in the third quarter. Got another injured Purdue player. Yeah, looking at the wrong team there, Gus Johnson. Number 64 for Penn State is Norzad, not Purdue. But, yeah. Got another injured Purdue player. But touchdown's going to stand. And then here comes the extra point. Of course, once they can get him off the field. So 21-16, 21-17. Maybe they go for 2 and make it a, 3-point deficit. So all they need is a field goal to tie it. If it comes down to it late, I don't think they'd be thinking about that though this early, but you never know with Jeff Brom. And then, after that, we'll see what ends up happening. But because of the long injury here, they'll take a timeout. So, injury timeout after the touchdown, field goal, extra point to come. And it's 21-16, Penn State on top of Purdue. Bryant leading Florida International 23-20. Still 24-24 with West Virginia Pitt. And in the fourth, 58-36. Oklahoma State over Central Michigan. So even with them playing a MAC school, they're still scoring points on offense, but their defense is typical Big 12 defense, and they're giving up a bunch of points. So 36 points for Central Michigan tonight at Oklahoma State. Of course, when Penn State's given up, 16 already here, a couple minutes in the third quarter, I mean, not that, you know, big of a concern for a couple weeks from now, but still, just don't be shocked if Central Michigan scores some points against Penn State in a few weeks. I'm not saying 30 plus, but like, you know, a good amount where maybe if, you know, they would have kept this game a little closer early on, they'd be in it right now, giving them a run for their money. You know, potentially doing the same on the road in a few weeks, as it looks like Central Michigan's few big road games this year are, in fact, at Oklahoma State and at Penn State. But, yeah. Touchdown. Florida International retakes the lead. Still tied with WVU and Pitt, as mentioned, 24 apiece. 11:15 to play in the fourth. And 58-36 Oklahoma State, Central Michigan. Probably turn Minnesota on after this game gets over with. Yeah, just to keep it ESPN, Fox, and Fox. So I don't have to switch anything around, just keep it as I have it. But anyways, here's Purdue's extra point from that touchdown following the injury timeout, the commercial break, 21-16. And it'll be 21-17. They can take another commercial break. No, they're going to give us a FIFA World Cup coming this fall promo that nobody's going to watch because it's during football season. I don't know how many people would actually watch it to begin with. But is Clifford really going to be done because of a knee injury? And they're going to put number 15, true freshman from Medina, Ohio, Drew Alar, in the ball game at quarterback for Penn State. He's going to be the first true freshman quarterback to play for Penn State and start in his first year since Christian Hackenberg back in 2013. And before him, Rob Bolden. Let's see what the kid's got. Penn State on the kickoff return. Nick Singleton out to the 20. Probably should have took a knee, but all right. Yeah, Clifford's knee might be fucked up. Left knee, even with the brace on. They did throw a late hit roughing the passer. I don't know if he has any damage, but even with the injury, they're not going to say how his status is anyway. So here comes Drew Alar, true freshman quarterback for Penn State, number 15, in relief of Sean Clifford tonight on the road at Purdue with a 4-point 21-17 lead. Run the football for him. Hand off Katron Allen. Run the damn ball. Like I said earlier, quarterback's best friend is a good running game. Got to be able to block for him, though, up front, but run the football. Please and thank you. Make some plays. He can tuck it and run if needed, and he's got a cannon of an arm, but we'll see what he's got here. Empty set, 5 wide, 2nd and 9. DeAndre Lambert-Smith in motion. Quick bubble screen caught by Lambert-Smith. Gets a first down for 11 yards. Short, quick passes. Get him in rhythm. Give him some momentum. I like it. Get him comfortable, you know, in the offense, especially on the road to start the year. Settle down. Keep it simple. Don't overdo anything. Keep it simple. 1st and 10 from the 31. Alar looking to throw once again. Steps up near side, and it's caught. Mitchell Tinsley at the 47. Another first down, move the sticks, gain of about 15. Yeah, he's a big boy, all right. He's a pocket passing quarterback, but he has the ability to tuck it and run. Yeah. I can see the Roethlisberger comparison. I don't know if he's as good as Ben because he hasn't won 2 Super Bowls yet or isn't going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer, 4 plays into his Penn State career by any means. But, yeah. Let's see what you got. Let's see how this offense is going to work. Because if he shows out, even with Clifford having 3 touchdowns in the first half, hopefully it's not a season-ending injury, but even if not, you just hope he doesn't lose his job. But if he's playing better than him, you play him. That pass, incomplete. Almost picked off, intended for Tyler Warren. Yeah, if he's the better of the 2, or the 3 or 4, if you go down the list with Vayu and Purdue, yeah. We might be seeing right now on this drive, the next coming for Penn State at quarterback here tonight for the next 3, 4, 5 years. I wouldn't say 6, but, 6 as well because Clifford's been there fucking 6 years. 3rd and 7 from the 49. 9:07 to play in the third. Out of the gun, left to right across your television screen, ready on a dial. Katron Allen in the backfield to his right. Looking to throw again. Step up, run, go. Oh, come on. You have the first down, tuck it and run, and then you put a little too much mustard on it and throw behind them. Yeah, you could have got an easy first down there if you would have tucked it and ran. He's trying to do too much now. They ran it, one time and he's dumped it off every other? No. Yes. He had green grass in front of him, tuck it and run, jackass. Not a great ball either, and a little bit of a knuckleball, and it was behind. Yeah, Barney Moore on the punt, so, not bad, but not great either. They end up punting. And Barney Moore going to down Purdue inside the 5 once again at the 1-yard line. But then they'll say touchback. Come on. Jesus Christ. Now you're starting to fuck up. Don't let your emotions get the better of you now. You have a lead. Keep it simple. Jesus Christ. Don't let this slip. You don't want to be Pitt. They were down, came back, took a lead, just gave it back up again. West Virginia 31-24. But, yeah, man. And in the meantime, Central Michigan's coming back. They're down 2 scores. Hopefully you have the over in this game. It's 58-44 with Austin 3:16 to play. But they got away from the running game on that drive with Katron Allen. Even though the one play you didn't get any yards, you still got to keep running the football. You just can't abandon it. I get you want to get them some completions or get them some passes, but run the damn ball for them. I think tonight, no doubt about it, though, Singleton's looked the best at running back, followed by Kevon Lee, and then Katron. Not really going to count Devin Ford because he doesn't have a rush. He has a catch, though, on a 4th down conversion. Where was Parker Washington on that drive? Mitchell Tinsley had or that was Kendra Lambert Smith was his first catch. No Mitchell Tinsley on that drive either. But, yeah, Sean Clifford and Drew Lahr here. And with Clifford, out with an injury right now, it's Lahr's game moving forward for the time being, unless Clifford comes back. At least that drive it was. But they got to run the football for him, and now this defense has to hold on to this lead. Defense can't do everything for you. That's what got them in trouble last year, and after a 5-0 start, they lost 6 of 8 once again. So, see what the defense, can do here. Of course, give them a touchdown on the opening drive for Purdue. In the second half, they cut the lead to 4. It's 21-17 now, rather than 21-10 it was at halftime. But, man, just, yeah. Got to keep running the football, make some plays on defense here, and hopefully Clifford's all right. But if not, Alar looks all right, not necessarily going to say as advertised, just right yet, because he didn't look good in the blue white game. I don't think any fucking quarterback, let alone any player on any side of the ball for the whole goddamn team, didn't look good in the blue white game, for that matter. So they'll be all right. They just got to, settle down and, get into it. The Penn State wide receiver coach. Yeah. That was the last time Purdue beat Penn State 21-13 back in 2004. Yeah. I remember that game. But 1st and 10 from the 20 for Purdue. That pass going to be caught for 2, maybe 3 yards. 2nd and 7. Some good football on right now. A lot of games, within a score or two. Aiden O'Connell, deep ball far side, incomplete. Good coverage by Joey Porter Jr. Third and 7. Pressure, pass, behind, incomplete. Joey Porter Jr. on the coverage again. Almost picked off, but incomplete. 4th down, and Purdue will punt. So defense with a quick 3 and out. Offense get back out there. Doesn't look like it'll be Clifford. It'll be Drew Alar once again. Even though it's pronounced Aller, it's spelled A-L-L-A-R, but it's pronounced Al, A-L-L-E-R. So Drew Alar, Drew Aller. We'll figure out the right pronunciation at one point in time or another, but pretty sure it's Drew Alar from what I've heard. Parker Washington on the punt return. Does not go down. Breaks a tackle, still on his feet, out past the 30, 35, 40, and pushed out at the 45. What a play. Great punt return. That's the spark they need to keep this going now. They're going to make sure, of course, he wasn't down back, where they originally almost brought him down, but just as long as, no knees or elbows down. No, he's good. Broke some tackles. They didn't blow it dead either. And a good 20-plus yard return. And Penn State will set up shop 1st and 10 from about the 45-yard line. So, right there around midfield. Got a 55-yard drive in them, hopefully. And can put some more points on the board here early mid-third quarter now. And when we come back, we'll see who, in fact, is going to be the Penn State quarterback for at least the rest of tonight's game and, go from there. And, if it is Drew Alar, comparison to Ben Roethlisberger, a little odd, first game as quarterback on the team. Sean Clifford would be the Tommy Maddox in this situation, basically. He goes down with an injury. The only good thing, or the bad thing about it, was the Steelers lost that game back in 2004 to the Ravens. Last time, Purdue also beat Penn State in 2004, so connect that. But, Clifford would be Tommy Maddox in this situation. Bad thing would be the Steelers lost. Hopefully Penn State doesn't lose. because '04 was the last time Purdue beat Penn State. But, you know, in comparison to Roethlisberger with his size, and he's also originally from Ohio as well. Your first game, the starting quarterback gets injured. You come in, you play, and then, you know, your career is in the green, you know, the rest of your years. At least it was for Ben, 18 in Pittsburgh with the Steelers. Of course, in college, you're only going to have a couple years before you go to the NFL, if you're good enough. But like I said, didn't look bad. Didn't look great, though, either. They need to, you know, if it is going to be a LAR, even with Clifford, back to running the football. Especially, though, if it's going to be a LAR, they need to continue to run the ball. Defense, the rain out there on that last drive. So they got off the field, which was good. But just keep it simple for them. And run the football, short, quick passes, get your tight ends involved. You know, Brenton Strange has a touchdown, but they already attempted to pass Tyler Warren. Just keep it simple, okay, for them. There's not much else to it. That's all I'm asking. Keep it simple and run the football. Of course, block for him up front to begin with, because if you can't do that, you don't have a play. Unless he's going to make one, because he can also tuck it and run if need be. As it looks like it's starting to rain, maybe? Ah, shit, they're going to bring it back. His elbow was down. So, take off the, 20-yard return and down originally where he was brought down at. And guess what? Sean Clifford's back in at quarterback. So, there's only one drive. Clifford's back in at quarterback right now for Penn State. Under center from the 21. Fakes the give to Kevon Lee. And he'll pass a little too high, incomplete near side. Intended for Tyler Warren. Probably should have waited a second. Would have had Mitchell Tinsley coming up behind him wide open in stride. So I get you're getting pressure. You got to get rid of it, but you weigh your options at the same time. So 2nd and 10 following completion. Clifford's back in at quarterback. Unless, of course, Alar switched back to his high school number already. He's number 14. No, that's Clifford. Empty set, 5 wide. Pass near side, incomplete. Keandre Lambert-Smith with another drop. Incomplete. Get him the hell out. He can't catch a fucking ball to save his goddamn fucking life tonight. Jesus fucking Christ. My God. And no running game either. They're banning the run this second half with a lead. You gotta be kidding me. Clifford gets a snap. As all day. Offensive line can't do much for him. Or much else for him. And there's a flag on the play. They'll probably say intentional grounding late on that anyway. Even though he threw it out of bounds into the stands. Past the line of scrimmage. What a hold on the defense. All right, automatic first down. I'll take it. Yeah, these fans ain't liking these refs tonight. I can tell you that. Yeah, that's a hold. There's a hold on Penn State right there, though, too. So they could have had offsetting penalties and replayed the down at 3rd and 10. But they only saw the one or called the one, and we move on. 1st and 10, Penn State. Up 4, 21-17 with 7:27 to play. From the 31. Oklahoma State's going to hold on, 58-44 win over Central Michigan. Handoff, Kevon Lee. Turn it. 3, maybe 4 yards. The 2nd and medium. Yeah, 2nd and 5. So Central Michigan can score some points, Penn State. On the road against the Power 5, too, in Oklahoma State. They lost by 14, but they lost 58-44. So September the 24th, you better be fucking ready. Handoff, Kevon Lee, loss on the play. Third down for Penn State. So that game is over. We got Big Ten Network now on, New Mexico State and Minnesota, as I would have liked to have had on a little bit ago, but as Bryant retook the lead over Florida National with a few seconds left, trying to come back and win the game. So on ESPN 3 tonight, we've almost seen one upset, maybe a second, or one for sure, because Akron came back and won in overtime, but some FCS goals defeating D1. 3rd and 7, Clifford over the middle, caught and dropped. Harrison Wallace, first down? No, they say incomplete. 4th down and 7, Penn State for the second straight drive. Just as they started 0 for 2 in the first half, they're going to start 0 for 2 in the second half with 2 straight goddamn punts. So here comes Barney Amore. See if the fat purple son of a bitch can boom and pin him deep again. Almost blocked. Fielded the 20 and brought down right away. Good coverage by Daquan Hardy. So 1st and 10, Purdue, about the 17, 18-yard line. We'll see where they spot that. But 21-17 Penn State here. A few minutes to play in the third quarter. Another punt by the New Lions. We'll see if, one of these two teams can strut their way to a win tonight. Day 1 of September. I'm liking the 21-17 lead for Penn State right now, but at the same time, I'd like some breathing room here. They've had some chances. They just, of course, haven't, been able to, once again, back to the basics of them not doing anything. 0 for 2 in the first half, 2 punts. Third time was a charm, they scored. 0 for 2, second time here tonight. In the second half, maybe third time will be a charm when they get the ball back again on offense. Or, defense touchdown here when Purdue has the ball right now. But, just there's got to be, some more consistency once again still in the running game. Like, they have totally abandoned this in the second half. Why are you throwing all the damn time on every fucking play now with a lead in the second half, especially on the road? Run the damn ball. I don't care if they're stopping you. Work some clock. Then you pass and catch them off guard. That's why with a running game, you run until you hit that deep ball. Or you pass, catch them off guard and run a halfback draw. Which, all right, they've been passing. Where's the run game, though? That's not there. It was there in the first half. It took them a little while to find some rhythm until they started to click. Now they're back to square one, back to the basics once again. Like I said, not doing anything. And then, got to sync back up. It's like they forget how to play football after halftime. Like, good God. But here in the meantime, Florida International is trying for a game-tying field goal at 30 to force overtime at home against Bryant. And the kick is going to be up and good, so we're going to overtime in this game as well. Or do we get a timeout? We're going to have to re-kick? No. Kick's up and good. 30-30 going to overtime. West Virginia 31-24 at Pitt. 5:45 and counting to play. And with New Mexico State and Minnesota coming back from commercial, they're actually at halftime. 24-zip Golden Gophers. 1st and 10 Purdue. Jesus Christ. Can't stop this passing attack whatsoever. Purdue's more balanced than Penn State is tonight. From the 45, 1st and 10. Another pass caught. Kobe King and Marquise Wilson on the stop. 2 yards, 2nd and 8. Under 5 to play in this third quarter. O'Connell, another pass far side. Incomplete. Good coverage by Johnny Dixon. He had him held. Purdue wants a penalty. They're not going to get it, but he did let go there right at the end. So, yeah, got away with one there. Yeah, that's for sure. Refs use suck chant from the Purdue fans because, I mean, they have had a ton of penalties against them tonight. They have. 3rd and 8. Empty set. O'Connell over the middle. 1st down. They're getting to him, but he's just getting the ball out pretty quick. And, you know, coverage-wise, like, they're still covering pretty good, but Purdue's just making some plays. Second and 6. They run it for about 4.5, 5. Wilson and Jacobs on the stop. 3rd and 1. 3 minutes and counting to play in this third quarter. Purdue trying to retake the lead. They retake the lead here at home. Early 4th quarter. Penn State defensively, they've made some stops tonight, but I think overall they've given up more than, well, that pass is incomplete, 3rd and 1. So 4th down. They're going to go for this maybe, we'll see. Yeah, good pressure. Good pressure. Almost overthrew him. Yeah, they're going to go for it here, 4th and 1. Don't jump off sides, whatever you do, Penn State. Do not jump off sides. No stupid penalties after or during the play either. Pass over the middle, caught. Jesus Christ. And they can't fucking tackle either. Good God. Jesus Christ. You can get to him. You give up the pass, though, that they can't cover. And then they can't tackle. Yeah, I feel like they've made some stuff, but I think they've given up more than they've had go for them. If that makes any sense. O'Connell gonna toss it. Gang tackle. Yeah, nice stop. And now Curtis Jacobs is hurt. That ain't good because they're already, slim with experience at linebacker. That ain't a good sign. And that's a hold. But, yeah, now on defense, they can't tackle. Like, what the hell? Minute 41 to go in the third, 21-17. Purdue down by 4, 2nd and goal. Yeah, this ain't good. They're going to have to figure something out linebacker this year. And it is linebacker you, but they still got to figure something out. Elsden, along with Sutherland and Charlie Katzer, are your most experienced linebackers. Wow. Just wow. Pitt's going to tie it up. So, yeah, 2nd and goal. Yeah. That's what I said. Linebacking group is what I'm worried about. It's a big question mark. Who's going to step up? Because every other position, it seems like they're okay if something would happen. Linebackers, I don't know. 2nd goal from the 7, but let alone they can't tackle to begin with, so it ain't going to matter. In the end zone, caught, touchdown. Purdue retakes the lead with 1:11 to play in the third quarter. Yeah, this dude, can somebody fucking cover him? Jesus Christ. He's caught everything thrown his way when Penn State has had receivers tonight drop everything thrown their way. And just, God. (23-21) Purdue with the extra point to come. Kicks up and good. 24-21 Boilermakers over the Penn State Nittany Lions with 1:11 to play in the third quarter. West Virginia and Pitt are tied at 31 in the fourth. Backyard brawl coming down the wire from Heinz Field in the Steel City. But yeah, from West Lafayette, Ross 8 Stadium, the blackout. Yeah, just simple crosser. Whole way across the field, back of the end zone, the other side. They just got beat. Defensively, they can't cover and they can't tackle. So, defensively, if the offense, can't win any games for them, I don't know if this year the defense is going to be able to win any games for them. Well, they're playing right now because they can't stop this fucking pass attack. At least last year, the defense ended up winning them some games, even though the defense still can't do everything for you. They had to because the offense couldn't do jack shit. And now tonight, good God, come on. And they've, on offense, Penn State, gotten away from the run game. Clifford Alar, whoever the hell's playing quarterback, gonna have to make some fucking plays. And like I said, they score, which they did, up 3 now, 24-21. First and 10, Penn State. Minute to play in the third quarter. But Purdue has all the momentum in the world now going into this fourth quarter, especially playing at home. Got the crowd behind them. Yeah. No. It did a little bit, but not much. And now it's gone. Now you got to get back to it. You got to find it again. Just absolutely pathetic. And all James Franklin's going to be able to do is stand on the fucking sidelines with his arms crossed. And then say in his press conference that as Singleton loses 2 on the carry, that, oh, I should have done a better job, coaching them. Well, no fucking shit. You're the head fucking football coach. And that's what enough is enough with him. He's been there 9 years. And then Sandy Barber fucks him on the way out, gives him an extension because they were scared he was going to leave when he probably wasn't going to anyway. And then there's other potential candidates out there that are, better than him overall as a, football coach, because he's a fucking car salesman is all he is. He can talk the talk, but he hasn't been able to really walk the walk. Even with some good success the past 2 years, 4-5 and 7-6 for an 11-11 total over a 2-year, split. No, ain't cutting it, especially for Penn State football. We're not fucking Kent State or Penn State. 3rd and 11 for Penn State to begin the fourth quarter. As that does it for the third quarter. This game has totally switched in this third quarter. Purdue has all the momentum in the world now. 24-21 at the end of 3. Penn State's going to have to make some plays here. Got a 3rd and 11, begin the fourth, but going to have to make some plays. Just like Pitt right there with a pick 6 to retake the lead, 38-31. So, I mean, I feel like it switched when Clifford would have got hurt. But then even when Aller came in, or Alar, however the hell you want to say his last name. Like I said, we'll figure out how to pronounce that eventually. Because Clifford, like I said at halftime, the MVP of the first half on offense, I thought. With Joey Porter on defense. But now, him being injured, Alar gets in, they punt. Even with both of them, they're not getting the ball to their playmakers. I don't even think they've completed 5 passes in that third quarter. Parker Washington's gone. Mitchell Tinsley has a touchdown, but it really hasn't done anything in the second half. Keandre Lambert-Smith can't catch a damn cold. And then the tight ends, Bratton Strange has been there. They've gone to Warren, but, no real, big plays compared to as it was in the first half. But this is switched with them getting away from the run game. You had an 11-point lead, and now you trail by 3 as we begin the fourth quarter when we return because you got away from the run. They might have ran the ball a total of 5 times in that quarter as well. Like, absolutely ridiculous. Where the hell did the run game go? Even though it really wasn't there to begin with. Okay, you found it early. It was there a little bit, going into halftime. This second half, though, it's like, poof, it's gone again. Kevon Lee, Nick Singleton, Katron Allen. A series apiece. I don't give a shit who it is. Run the damn football. The offensive line hasn't looked, bad tonight, but they haven't looked great either. The quarterbacks, Clifford for the most part, has had all day to throw it, it seemed like. And he's, rolled out and trying to make a few plays, but then you throw downfield and then fucking receivers can't catch. And then defensively, you can't cover the pass and you can't fucking tackle. Like, I don't know what else to fucking say. And then your slim linebacker coming in, and then now you got a few injuries, and they might be in trouble now. they might honestly be in trouble. Even with all the talent, could do some damage if they can put it all together. Well, that's not there. They're playing like a fucking pee-wee football team. Because Purdue now has scored 14 unanswered, taking a 3-point 24-21 lead going into the fourth quarter. You have Penn State with a 3rd and 11 to begin this fourth quarter when we return once again. And on the road, hostile environment. I'm not saying this game's over right now, but it very well could be here before too long if they don't get their act together. So they're shouting. We'll see who struts their way to a win, but 3rd and 11 for Penn State. Fourth quarter, 24-21. Boilermakers over the Nittany Lions. Both teams all 3 timeouts here. Out of the gun, right to left for Penn State. Trips top of your screen. Huge 3rd down. Maybe the play of the game right now. Clifford goes down the sack. Because guess what? They can't block now on offense. Jesus fucking Christ. How do you let this fucking game slip away out of the palm of your hand? Barney on to punt again from the 27. Their catch signal for be 1st and 10 Purdue with 14 to play. Penn State losing to Purdue to begin the year, and then losing 2 of the last 3 season openers, and then Franklin losing a total of 3 openers since he's taken over, and standing on the sideline, with his arms crossed, not knowing what the fuck hit him. But then the same night to have Pitt come back and win, can't get any fucking better than that, let me tell you. Second and 17 for Purdue after the Penn State sack. So now these defenses are starting to make some plays. Curtis Jacobs is back out there at linebacker, which is a good sign. All right. Yeah, Tarburton really hasn't done much tonight. PJ Mustipher really hasn't done much tonight either. Somebody has to step up on defense. Run a halfback screen. Kalen King with a missed tackle. And then Curtis Jacobs, Adisa Isaac, and Keaton Ellis make the stop. Got a flag on the play. Personal foul. Illegal blindside block on the offense. So another penalty to Purdue. Half the distance. No, replay second down. Purdue now has a total of 6. No, sorry, this has to update. I was going to say way more than 6. Or maybe not, yeah. 6, maybe 7 penalties. Yeah, 7 penalties now for 72 yards. Okay. So add that one on. Half the distance. But, second and 26 now for Purdue. Bubble screen. Will somebody cover him? Jesus Christ. He's going to have 1,000 yards for the season just in one game tonight. Third down. He just broke his necklace. He doesn't care. He threw it on the sideline. 3rd and 18. Got to get off the field. Make a stop, D. Are you surprised he's thrown for 300 yards? No. They can't cover. They can't tackle. O'Connell with another pass. And it's almost picked off. Good coverage by Kalen King. Incomplete. 4th down, and Purdue will punt. All right. All right. I'll take it. Yeah, good coverage. Good coverage. How about a blocked punt? How about a blocked punt right now? Ooh, almost. Jonathan Southern almost got a hand on it. Fair catch, the 45. So, yeah, I mean, even when they have bad field position, they were able to drive. Now, a good field position, they can't do jack shit. So, Penn State going to get the ball back. 3 timeouts. 1st and 10. Down 3 here in the 4th. 24-21. In the meantime, as we'll check out to see who won that game, because that's over. Minnesota was up on New Mexico State, but the backyard brawl coming down the wire. Pitt's up on West Virginia. Man, wide open. 1st down to 22. They'll move the sticks, looking to tie this game back up. And then a sack by the Pitt D on WVU. Let's go Mountaineers and eat shit, Pitt. Let's see if West Virginia is going to be taking themselves home country roads with a win or a loss tonight in the backyard brawl. This is bragging race. You know, this is recruiting. Not in the same conference anymore, but, you know, even being an hour apart. And West Virginia, you know, see how they look. You know, Neil Brown's a 500 coach. That's why I mentioned Urban potentially last year and again tonight for that gig if that would open up. But then West Virginia comes onto the schedule for Penn State the next 2 years. And they're beginning this 4-game stretch home and home with Pitt tonight. So they'll, of course, play at Pitt tonight as they are, and in 2 years. But then next year, when they host Pitt, they'll play at Penn State. And then when they host Penn State in 2 years off, they go back to Pitt. Yeah, so this year and then 3 years from now, or only 2 years of those 4 that they're not playing both teams at once. Or both teams in the same season. Like West Virginia and Pitt are more in Big Ten country than they are. Well, Pitt for the ACC, okay, I can understand that. But then West Virginia for the ACC has both of these teams who are former Big East opponents. Even back in the day, independents. That's why they all play Penn State as well, all within a couple hours. But then, you know, West Virginia for the Big 12 still, even with Cincinnati coming in now, like, all right, it makes more sense. But maybe another sack, yeah, he goes down again. So Pitt's D looking to win them this game now, but Back to it, 1st and 10 for Penn State from the 45. 12:04 to play, down by 3. 24-21. Clifford looking to throw. Gonna go deep. And incomplete. Intended for Parker Washington. Incomplete. 2nd and 10. Yeah, but they're more in, Big Ten country than they are anything. And have, good history with some Big Ten schools, Penn State specifically, among maybe a few others. But, conference realignment's like just absolutely wild right now. Once again, it's every 5, 10, maybe 15 years it gets like this. 2nd and 10 for Penn State, still at 45 after the incompletion. Clifford, complete. Mitchell Tinsley on the reception, 1st down and 10. After a 15-yard pickup, they'll move the sticks, 1st and 10 Penn State. Yeah. I don't know how the hell he got rid of that. They'll go hurry up here. Little NASCAR offense. Maybe Ryan Newman can help him out. Clifford, running back screen. Katron Allen, 1st down Penn State on a pickup of 12. No, they'll say 9. Stepped out, just short, 2nd and 1. Penn State out of the pistol. Now out of the gun, quick slant. Keandre finally makes a catch, breaks a tackle, and walks into the end zone. Touchdown, Penn State. So Keandre makes up for all his drops tonight. Touchdown, Nittany Lions. Retake the lead 27-24. Like I said earlier, back and forth affair now. Now it might be 10:44 to play. Who the hell has the ball last at this rate? That's not a pick or a rub. And then, breaks a tackle, does a spin, and off to the races he goes into the end zone. Touchdown. DeAndre Lambert-Smith does the break as the defense just broke and gave up another Penn State score. So this extra point's crucial to make it a 4-point lead again. Kicks up and good, 28-24. Penn State with 10:44 to play. Quick drive. And a quick touchdown. Penn State, back on top. That was officially from 29 yards out. 28-24. Take a commercial break here. Get back to it momentarily. But defensively, they're going to have to continue to make stops. O'Connell's already thrown for over 300 yards tonight. Purdue's known for having good quarterbacks. And for the most part, good quarterbacks that, turn out in the NFL as well. Go down the list. Anywhere. And Purdue's a basketball school. Like Gene Cady to Matt Painter right now. Okay, Purdue's a basketball school. And then, the spread offense that it is. O'Connell with over 300 yards passing, as mentioned. But, anywhere from Len Dawson, who just passed away, Bob Greasy. How just happened here? Did Pitt just score again? Are they... Pitt's going to win 38-31. There's 22 seconds to play. They reviewed something. And as West Virginia was on offense, they either said it stood as called or overturned it. And now, yeah, Pitt's going to hold on to win. Back and forth game with these two as well in the backyard brawl. There's a kneel down. And the Pitt Panthers defeat the West Virginia Mountaineers in the backyard brawl by a final score of 38-31. So there's that. But no, anywhere like I was saying, with Purdue being a basketball school. Hell, John Wooden attended Purdue. And then became, of course, who he became with UCLA. And one of his many national championships they won, back in the day with him as the head coach. But, anywhere, yeah, from Len Dawson to Bob Greasy, Gary Danielson, Breeze and Orton. Kyle Orton was the last quarterback to beat Penn State. Drew Brees never beat Penn State either through his 4 years. The last two times, though, Purdue beat Penn State was 03 and 04, and Kyle Orton was a quarterback. And he had a good NFL career. And we talked about Taylor Stubblefield a little bit earlier. He was on that 04 Purdue team, the last team to beat Penn State. Now he's Penn State wide receiver coach. But Neil Brown is not happy with the officials. West Virginia is pissed off that they lost at Pitt tonight, rightfully so. I don't know what the call was. I didn't catch any of that. Of course, I had this game on mute, just watching it. But they reviewed something. If anybody knows, let me know in the comments. But they reviewed something. They either stood as called or overturned it, and it was Pitt football, and then first down, and they take a knee, and Pitt wins at 38-31. So, I'll say hell to Pitt if Penn State wins. But West Virginia with the loss. But if Penn State loses, this ain't going to be a good night. Even if Penn State wins, it ain't going to be a good night because Pitt won. I don't really give a shit about that anyway because they're done playing each other and they're not going to be playing each other anytime soon anyway. That's for other people to fucking bicker about. But, yeah. Technically, I already said that, so I'm not going to say it if even Penn State wins later now. I definitely won't say it if they lose. But 2nd and 2, Purdue. Penn State with a defensive stop in the back for a loss for about 4. Nice big gang tackle. Vandenberg, the Dream. So 3rd down and 6 for Purdue. And this defense, when the game's on the line, is making some stops now. Thank you. Under 10 to play. They're down in 6 from the 22. O'Connell once again. Pass incomplete. That's incomplete. It's 4th down either way. Whether it's an incomplete pass or a completion and a fumble, Purdue recovered right there and they're down. So 4th down and 6. They'll punt. Penn State getting the ball back. Momentum has swung once again back into their favor. 9 minutes on the dot to play. Got a whistle. Penn State up 4, 28-24. 28-24 at Purdue. I'm a little bit better off right now than I was, 24-21 at the beginning of the quarter. And they punt, and then, they end up scoring. So, yeah, 28-24 Penn State. 4th and 6, Purdue on to punt. 9-10, they add 10 seconds back on the clock. 9-10 to play. But a good return. Fair catch. Just don't muff it. From the 35. Be 1st and 10, Penn State after the fair catch. Up 4, 28-24 with 9:04 to play. Pitt just defeated West Virginia 38-31. See what else is going on in college football as Pat Narduzzi gets interviewed. Neil Brown was not happy, and rightfully so. You know, I know officially, once again, what the hell happened. I just know they reviewed something. They either had it stood as called or they overturned it as pit ball, and then they kneel down and they win. So, yeah. We'll turn on this one. I mean, there's nothing really else close or good. We'll put on Louisiana Tech, Missouri. That's on ESPNU. That is a 45-17 lead for the Tigers. So that game's on that. The other one's off. And on this, we're going to go back to Minnesota. Because I switched a little bit ago as that one went off. Getting good. Switched it. Went off. It was getting good. It went off on the one. This game was, shitty anyway. And then you're going to turn it back on anyway because there's something else on Minnesota. 31-0 now. Over New Mexico State, and of course still Penn State Purdue 2024 here, 9:04 to play. But then we'll recap everything here at the end. So, yeah, that's where we sit. I mean, really, there's not much else to be said. Of course, other than thank you once again for tuning in and watching. Penn State ball from 36. Yeah, let's run the football with a lead. Kevon Lee for 12, 13 yards up the middle. That's what I like to see right there. Run it. Yes, up 4. You have a lead on the road. Run the football. He's going to have to come out. He lost his shoe. But, yeah, run the damn ball. Run it. You have a lead. Work some clock. Run it. Don't do anything stupid. Do not turn it over by any means. Jesus fucking Christ, Clifford. Intercepted. Speak of the devil. Don't turn it over. And guess what? They throw an interception, and now he's going to return it for a fucking pick 6, and Purdue retakes the lead. You got to be fucking kidding me. Don't do anything stupid and don't turn it over. And guess what he fucking does? He throws a pick 6. And it's all swung again with the momentum. You gotta be shitting me. You run the football with a lead. You're not throwing 15, 20 yards downfield. Now it's the play calling. Jesus Christ. How the hell do you let that happen? No shit, you don't fucking say. He definitely wants that one back. And the dude that picked it off and ran it back just literally threw up on the sideline. Extra points up and good, 31-28. And you can't put Alar now in this situation. You got to put Clifford back out and let him redeem himself. He turns it over again, well, maybe, but then tonight you're not going to have any fucking time left. How do you let that happen?
Physically, I'm right here. But mentally, I'm here. Yeah, I do clock speed up. When all eyes are on you, my eyes are glued to the game.
For one, why are you throwing? That's what I want to know. James Franklin, Mike Yurcich. And two, why can't you tackle? Because you could have brought him down on the return. You could have made a stop on defense then. You didn't need to give up a damn pick six to get the ball back. But it might be better off that they did. You think about it in the long run, if it comes down to it, say they don't give up the pick six and then Purdue works some clock and then end up scoring late and then Penn State gets the ball back with no time. You know, they're screwed then at that point. Even though they just scored in a minute and a half on the last drive. You know, they're trying to do too much once again here, and then they're throwing and they throw a pick six and they're letting it slip. But then with you know, if they give it up like they did, the pick six, they get the ball back down 3 still with time and timeouts. Maybe it'll work some clock of their own, even though they don't have the momentum now. It's swung back to Purdue, and then they can work some clock, score, and then retake the lead, and then give Purdue the ball back with no time, you know, and then have them try to do something, then maybe you hold on to win. That's the only two things out of that could potentially happen. Just, once again, don't do anything stupid and don't turn it over. But guess what they do? They turn the damn ball over because they don't want to run it. Why the hell are you throwing? Just, oh my God. And once again, all Franklin's going to say is, you know, I could have coached better. You know, no shit. Like, when it comes time, don't let the fucking door hit you in the ass on the way out. He's gone 7-6 3 different times now with Penn State. 14, 15, okay, they won 11 games in the Big Ten in 16. 17 also went to a New Year's 6, had 9 wins in 18, New Year's 6 in 19. The last 2 years, though, along with another 7-6 season, 11-11 overall over the 2 years. And then now this again, you're right there, but you can't finish. Like, once again, enough's enough. Like, something's got to give at the end of the day. Holding on Penn State on the return, of course. Now the penalties are going to come for Penn State. Because they haven't all damn night. All been against Purdue. So now they got to switch. But unless he would leave on his own and, you know, whoever that would be to pay him out, Penn State to fire him is going to have to buy him out. And right now, because of the new extension, that's a lot of goddamn money. You got to wait a couple years now. But if it gets bad, if it gets worse, I don't think, especially with the new AD and other potential candidates out there, once again, Matt Roll number 1 in my eyes, along with Luke Fickell and Matt Campbell, potentially along with Bill O'Brien and Joe Moorhead on top of that. You know, as your 5 in that very order, you know, and then history with Pat Kraft and Matt Roll at Temple once again. You know, better candidates out there. Sometimes maybe you just got to bite the bullet and do what you got to do, you know, to get over it and, you know, go from there. And the recruiting can still be good, you know, because they'll recruit kids that want to play. Not recruit kids that, you know, aren't getting coached up good enough, it seems like, once again. Because when the game's on the line, they don't know how to finish. They don't know how to put them away. Good teams do that. And they're not a good team the way they're playing right now, along with the past 2 years. But this game tonight just been so crazy. It's been back and forth, and like I said too, potentially whoever the hell has the ball last, maybe I eat some of my words. I don't really give a shit if I do, but still. Tight end screen, Tyler Warren for a couple after a yard pickup on first down, make it 2nd and 9. There, 2-yard reception, be 3rd and 7 with 7:11 to play, even though Sheets is better here tonight. 31-28 Purdue over Penn State. Big 3rd down here. Maybe we play the game once again. So see if they can make a play. But, you know, like in the long run, just something's got to give. Like enough's enough. Like talk about him saying, you know, well, no shit, you're not a good team. You know, not a great team. Well, you have the talent. That's the thing. You can put it all together. He's a good recruiter. He's not a good coach. The pass is behind. Incomplete. 4th down. Good God. Who the hell he was going to? There wasn't anybody open. It's intended for Harrison Wallace. But way behind. Here comes Barney Armour. Barney and Moore on the punt again. And a fair catch at the 32. 6:27 to play. Purdue getting the ball back. Up 3. They scored. Touchdown. Excuse me. They scored a touchdown. This game is fucking over. Hold them to a field goal, you got a chance. You got to go drive and score a touchdown then with 3 timeouts, if any at all, and no time left. Depending on how fast you can get off the field on this drive. Come on, D, make a damn stop. First and 10 from the 31. Incomplete. So I'll leave it at that for what I've said, but obviously if you can't tell, no doubt about it, pissed off with sort of how they played in some situations tonight, and rightfully so. But then at the same time, here we are with James Franklin. Like, could have coached them better. No shit, you're the head coach. You should have. Not knowing what to say then. Like, just... Yeah, in my opinion, he's on a short fucking leash right now. He is. Because, honestly, you don't want to say it, but how much worse could it get? That pass is incomplete over the middle. 3rd and 10. Coverage by Joey Porter Jr. 6:19 to play. So... my point is, prove me wrong. Make plays. Come back and win this game. Shut me the hell up, basically. You know, because it's good and it's quiet when you win. But when you lose, boom. Shit has hit the fan. Hell's on fire. 3rd and 10 from the 31. Purdue up 3. Make a stop. Make a stop, defense. Oh my God. First down. Now you can't cover again, let alone tackle still. They'll drain some clock. Now you're going to have to probably start calling your damn timeouts. And if you get the ball back, if you can force a field goal with no time remaining, you're not going to have any timeouts to drive and score a touchdown to win. You give them a touchdown on this drive, though, the game's over. You're not going to have a chance. You let it fucking slip out of the palm of your hands on a few different occasions tonight. You got a 21-10 lead at halftime. They come back, score 14 unanswered, and then you retake the lead, and then you throw a pick 6. So now it's 31-28, and they get another first down. Aiden O'Connell, incomplete, got a flag in the secondary. We'll see what it is. Well, they can't fucking cover. So, I mean, yeah, they're going to get Dixon on a defensive holder DPI. Yeah, pass interference on Penn State number 3, Johnny Dixon. They have stupid-ass penalties now. But they can't cover the dude. What else are you supposed to do? Like with this, and then, over the next, couple of weeks, we'll get into the schedule, but they got a tough road schedule off the bat. And overall this year. And if they're not like 2-2 by the end of the month, like something's wrong. There's a sinking ship approaching. And, for Franklin, like the bye week's October the 8th, so maybe after the Northwestern game, if it would come down to it and they'd be, wanting to get rid of them if nothing's going their way. But also they could be 5-0 again by that point. They just got to win tonight and keep winning. But they got to finish fucking games out to start off. And it starts right now. You got to get yourself back in contention here. You're only down 3, but you got to start learning to cover and tackle people. It's football. It's not golf. Tackle him. There's a flag. I think everybody on defense is fucking blind. They can't see to cover or tackle anybody. This is ridiculous. Got a chop block on the offense. They'll replay the down, but still. This is just, what the hell is going on? You luck out because of the penalty. If not, that's another first down for them. They work some more clock, and you're going to have to start calling your timeouts here again still. 2nd and 25. They've had no running game on offense, Penn State, this second half. None. They really didn't have one in the first half to begin with, so they really still don't have a running game for the 3rd straight year. But what's new? Aiden O'Connell on the pass, almost picked off, incomplete. That's the 2nd time for Joey Porter on an interception. And he's dropped it. He did recover a fumble, but 3rd time's a charm for him. Come on. 5 minutes on the dot to play. 3rd and 25 for Purdue. Up 3. Make a stop. I swear to God, you give them a first down on 3rd and 25. Here's 5 minutes to play, down 3. Might have to get a new TV. No. They're going to call timeout or take a delay game. That's a delay game. Thank you. 3rd and 30. They finally called it. Delay game. Tiger penalty, replay down. 3rd and 30. So even worse. They give a first down on 3rd and 30 with 5 minutes to play, down 3. Come on now. Penn State's going to have to drive regardless when they get the ball back here. And just don't turn it over. Aiden O'Connell over the middle, almost picked off again, incomplete. 4th down, so they luck out. They'll get the ball back. Under 5 to play, 3 timeouts, down 3. Field goal ties it, touchdown wins it. But you got to work some clock, though, too, because you don't want to give them the ball back. And if you do, you want to give them the ball back with a little no time left. Like, under 30 seconds. But here we are, down to the wire again for Penn State football. Once again, what's new? Parker Washington, fair catch, single for 27, be first and 10 Penn State from there. Down 3, 4:50 to play. They got 3 timeouts. They got 73 yards to go. Penn State with no running game in the second half. The turnover there just cost them. You know, like they're able to get off the field on defense again. But they give up the pick 6 on that last drive. That's what I was saying about that a little bit ago. Like, offensively, though, now, somebody's got to do something. Come on. Handoff. Fake the give, actually. Excuse me. Nick Singleton. And then he throws it into the dirt. They're going to say Singleton was the intended target, incomplete. 2nd and 10. No intentional grounding just yet. But he's reaching for the flag. And they say incomplete. 2nd and 10. No intentional grounding. Incomplete. 4-4-4 to play. Somebody's got to step up. Somebody's got to make a play. Who the hell is it going to be? Nick Singleton's in it. Tailback. You know, Parker Washington's had a quiet second half. You know, Mitchell's had a few catches. Keandre Lambert-Smith, you know, finally caught a ball on a touchdown to give them the lead, but then they give up the pick 6. So empty set 5 wide here. Trips in a bunch formation near side, right to left. 2nd and 10, down 3. Clifford, quick pass, batted down, incomplete. 3rd and 10 with 4:41 to play. So, shit, they can't even take 20 seconds off the clock. 3rd and 10. Another big 3rd down. Got to convert. Where the hell's the running game at again? Well, yeah, exactly. Nowhere to be fucking found. Clifford, over the middle, almost picked off again, incomplete. Intended for Keandre Lambert-Smith, incomplete. 4th down, and guess what? Penn State going to have to punt again. Can't even take 20 seconds off the damn clock. Going to have to punt, give them the ball back, and get off the field again on defense. Because you can't move the ball more than an inch. It's 4th and 10. You can't take 20 seconds off the clock. What the hell is going on? This is nothing new, though. That's a defensive penalty, and they didn't call it. That's a bad call. Yeah. They're letting them play, though. All right, whatever. Let's go. Get the show on the road. But, yeah, it starts at the top, of course, with Franklin Yursich. You know, late here. He hasn't called a good game. You know, Manny Diaz, though, in his defense. The defense been able to get the hell off the field. You know, offensively, the pick 6. All right. Other 24 points, yeah, they gave up on defense. But offensively, at that point, they still had done enough, had a 28-24 lead, and the pick 6 has hurt them now, the turnover. Like, both teams have capitalized off of turnovers. Okay? Both teams have capitalized off turnovers with touchdowns. So you cancel those out. You go back down to 21 and 24, respectively, for Penn State and Purdue. Clifford's 3 touchdowns. Or 4 touchdowns. We'll take his rushing touchdown off the board. Keep his 3 passing. So that's 21. And then, you know, Purdue's 2 touchdowns. The difference is Purdue's field goal at the start of the game, up 3-0. That's why they have a 31-28 lead right now. If not, this game's tied at 28. And, you know, it's balls to the wall. Who's making a play and, you know, winning themselves a ball game tonight. 2nd and 9, 3:53 and counting to play. They get the ball back, they're not going to have any time. They can't even move the ball anyway. O'Connell, slant, incomplete. No flag either. They're letting them play now because there was no pass interference on Purdue on third down for Penn State. Same play right there. No pass interference for Penn State on Purdue. They're letting them play. No flags. And they very well both could have been penalties. So just let's go. Third and 9 with 3:36 to play. Defense, you got to get off the field. Make a play. Where's Jair Brown at? He's the one that needs to step up. That pass is caught. First down. Jesus Christ. Letting it slip away just like usual. What's nil? Just absolutely piss poor. Pathetic. Curtis Jacobs almost got a hand on it, but it was a damn good pass by O'Connell. Right on the money. And nobody has decided to cover Jones tonight either. Penn State's trying to keep up with him. He has 10 catches for $126. Jesus Christ. Out of the pistol, they'll run it. Back to the run. Yeah, work some clock. Good game plan by Jeff Brom. 3 yards. Penn State with a timeout. Be second down. 2:49 to play. Yep, timeout Penn State. They got 2 left. Purdue could run this damn clock out if they want. They keep it up. They could, because Penn State can't stop them. This is pathetic. And remember, the last time they played Ohio, they lost to them a decade ago. Okay? They almost lost to Auburn at home last year, won by 7 in the last few seconds. They got to go to Auburn in 2 weeks. Central Michigan just put 44 up on Oklahoma State. Lost by 14, but they still scored 44 points. Northwestern looked pretty damn good. Then you get to the bye week, you got to go to fucking Michigan. Boy, they're playing, I mean, they might be another 0-5 team to start the year, just like they were 2 years ago. And short leash, they lose tonight, he's going to be on a shorter leash than that. And even with the fucking buyout, I mean, where's that pink slip at? Especially when there's better football coaches out there than him that can also recruit and then in-game can make better decisions. That's the thing. He's a good recruiter. He's a car salesman. He can talk the talk. But in-game, unless he has the players, which they do, they have the talent, but that's the thing. They haven't been able to put it all together the past couple of years, including tonight. They can't fucking finish still. Until, you know, he can prove that again, because he has a little bit, but not much, because it's been a while. At that point, until in-game analysis, in-game coaching to win the game, when it's on the line, when there's other guys out there that are going to take your job, because that's just how life is. Something's got to give with James Franklin as the head coach of Penn State football. This is ridiculous. Enough is enough. I know I've said that a lot, and enough here tonight and enough over the past couple of years. But, like, when is he and when are they ever going to learn? But now you got a new president, a new AD, so potentially, you know, if this keeps up, or maybe this is just their one game, they're going to look like shit and get their head out of their ass, you know, the rest of the year and be okay. But, like, on paper, you know, from now until the end of the season, missed tackle, and then it's caught. Jesus Christ, what a catch. Another first down to the 32 when he should have been sacked, should have been picked off, should have been incomplete, and came down with a catch. 1st and 10 Boilermakers, 2:41 to play. You know, that at best they're a 9-3 team this year. At worst, 6-6. But when it's been 4-5 and 7-6 the past 2 years, and then there's some hope with the talent you have, with all the depth that you've recruited, and yeah, that's there. But once again, until you put all that talent together, you got nothing. And like once again, enough is enough with him. I have seriously fucking had it. Official review for previous play to make sure it was a catch. Pretty sure it was. So I won't quit watching by any means. Be sure to tune back in next Saturday, but this is just pathetic. There's no reasoning for this when you were up 21-10 at halftime, and then okay, you give up 14 unanswered, you trail by a couple, you retake the lead, but then you throw the ball up another 3, or up 4, 28-24, and then it gets intercepted and it's a pick 6, and now you still trail by 31-28. And now defensively, as they've been able for the most part, to get off the field tonight, this drive they can't. They, can't cover and can't tackle to begin with. But, well, maybe that will be incomplete. So, yeah, like, the line's in the sand for Penn State football with them being right there. They just got to get over that damn hump. After review, it's incomplete. So that'll give Purdue a 3rd down. So that's a big break for Penn State. Be 3rd and 6 for Purdue. Now you got to get off the field again, D. Make another stop. Come on, let's go. 3rd and 6 with 2:36 to play. Yeah. You got to get off the field. 4th and short for them. Make them punt. You don't want to get in a situation where you jump off sides. If they go for it on 4th down and automatic 1st down, game's over. But you make them punt. Get a stop here. Yeah, you're going to have to drive again. But, come on. (31-28), 3rd and 6 for Purdue. Fake the give. O'Connell looking to throw. Deep, far side, incomplete. Good coverage. Daquan Hardy steps up. Incomplete. 4th down, 2:30. They still got their 2 timeouts. They'll get the ball back. They're going to have to drive. Don't muff a punt and don't turn it over on offense. But they're going to have to drive the length of the field. Field goal will still tie it. They're still in this. Field goal will tie it. Touchdown to win it. And if you can score a touchdown in this second half in 1:30, you got 2:30. Come on. You can do that too. Parker Washington going to let it bounce. And it goes in the end zone for a touchback. So that's the best thing that could have happened on that punt return. 2:22 to play. Be 1st and 10 Penn State. Down 3 with 2 timeouts. It's 31-28 Purdue. Coming up when we go final, as this game wraps up, we'll have final stats and scores. We'll preview next week. Be sure to also tune back in later on this weekend for more live watch-along reactions, but we'll get more into all that later on. Come on, Cliff. Big Red Dog in at quarterback with 4 receivers and a running back. That running back is Katron Allen, pass complete to Mitchell Tinsley. Be 2nd down and 2. Clifford once again looking to throw. Incomplete. 10 for Tinsley again. 3rd down and 2. 2:01 to play. They're going to bring pressure. unless they sit back and want a turnover here. Empty set, 5 wide, 3rd and 2 for Penn State from the 28. Lambert Smith in motion. Quick bubble screen to him. He catches it and he gets a first down. All right, to the 34, 1st and 10, Penn State, 1:56 and 2 timeouts to play. Down 3. Field goal ties it. Touchdown wins it. Handoff, Katron Allen. And he's got a couple blockers and gets 9 yards. Where the hell has that been all second half? Where's the running game been? Now's not really a good time to be getting back to it, but if not now, when? 2nd and 3. 1:30. Clifford, pass complete. Mitchell Tinsley out past midfield. Nice stiff arm. Down the near sideline. Out of bounds inside the 30. 1, 2, 3 kid to play. 1st and 10. Mitchell Tinsley stepping up. Maybe Parker Washington catches the touchdown. Katron Allen still in the ball game at tailback. Come on, Cliff. 1st and 10. Settle down a little bit. You got 1st and 10 of the 30. Maybe you want to run it here. Buy some time. You got 2 timeouts still. Actually, Kevon Lee's in the ball game at running back. Excuse me. Halfback screen. He's going to get 4, maybe 5 yards. Pushed out of bounds. There's a squirrel on the field in Minnesota for New Mexico State and Minnesota. Penn State's at Purdue in a blackout. 2nd and 5. 1:14 to play, down 3. From the 25. Pinniger warming up on the sideline. Clifford with a pump fake over the middle and caught by his tight end number 44. Tyler Warren at the 10-yard line. 1st and 10 Penn State and 1:07 and counting to play. Clock's of course going to stop here for the first down to get set. But catch, boom, nice big hit. Yeah, exactly. Take your time. Run the damn ball here. They run a pass, and it's caught. Touchdown, Penn State. Kevon Lee, 57 seconds. They hurried up. They went fast, maybe a little too fast. Defense now going to have to make a stop for them again. But Penn State retakes the lead, 34-31, with under a minute to play. And they didn't even have to take a damn timeout. They weren't in, no hurry to sit back and take some time. They were in a hurry to move the ball downfield and catch them off guard and score on their ass. They run a damn wheel route to Kevon Lee. And hell, he had Warren wide open coming over the middle too if he had another second, but he was getting pressured. And right in front of the Fox crew, Penn State scores. Pinniger on for the extra point, 34-31. And this is a big extra point, kicks up and good, 35-31. So Purdue now needs a touchdown to win it. They got 2 timeouts in 57 seconds. Now the Penn State defense needs to stop. Where's Jair Brown at when you need him? Along with P.J. Mustipher. Okay, Adisa Isaac, Tara Burton, Chop and DDS have, played a little bit. But then even, Curtis Jacobs, remember he got injured earlier. He's since returned. Maybe he steps up. Joey Porter Jr. for the 3rd time. Maybe an interception. Had a fumble recovery earlier. Daquan Hardy had a big stop on the last Purdue drive to get the ball back for the Penn State offense. They drive 80 yards and, a minute 30 about and score. So 35-31. There's no quit in this team, it seems like. So for now, I'm going to take back a little bit of what I said, but still, that's still no excuse for the way they've played. Now they're going to find a way to finish a game and win it. And yeah, the 7th lead change tonight. This game has been absolutely crazy. And, you got to give it to them, no doubt about it. But still, at the same time, there's a ton of room for improvement for this Penn State team. And it starts up front. You got to be able to run the football. Clifford making a ton of plays for you, no doubt about it. Defense getting off the field for you, more times than not, but then also giving up 31 points tonight. So Purdue on the return, Jones to the 19. So Purdue will have First and 10 from there, 53 seconds and 2 timeouts. And please, will somebody bring pressure on Aiden O'Connell? And please, will somebody cover Jones? They haven't been able to cover, let alone tackle, all goddamn night. Who steps up on defense for Penn State? Who steps up for the Nittany Lions on D? Jair Brown in the season opener last year, along with Brisker, at Wisconsin, made some plays when the game was on the line. Here we go. Pass. Oh my God, Keaton Ellis. You had it. Incomplete. Jesus Christ, that's the, I don't know how many times tonight. Interception. Oh my God. Come on. 48 seconds, 2nd and 10. Pressure, cover, tackle. There's the pressure. That's a hold. They dump it off. Jones, will somebody cover his ass? 12-yard reception out of bounds. 41 seconds. New set downs for him. So they've got the 2 timeouts. Dude's going to have 10,000 yards receiving. He keeps it up now. Pressure, cover, tackle, make a stop, force a turnover, win this game. Defense wins you championships. We're going to see what they're made of right now. O'Connell goes down in the sack, and that's Johnny Dixon. Johnny Dixon with a cornerback sack. Blitz off the edge. Beat his man on the inside and ran around and took O'Connell down. Purdue with a timeout. So right now it's JD. Timeout Purdue. 2nd and 20 with 35 seconds. Yeah. That was last year, though. Tonight, it's been... I mean, I honestly probably said what I said with as many lead changes as we had, but still being frustrated with how they've played. You know, like... Let's see if they can finish again here. 2nd and 20 with 35 seconds. O'Connell getting pressured. Chop Robinson off the edge. Pass over the middle. Caught. Somebody cover Jones. Oh, my God. They're going to have to spike this. 3rd down. 4th down then. You got a timeout. 22 seconds. Clock's ticking. Tick, 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 tick. 3rd and 5. They go. Pass over the middle. Incomplete. No flag. Intended for the tight end, Durham. And who was on the coverage for that? Was it Curtis Jacobs? 4th and 5 for Purdue. 13 seconds to play, and they need a 1st down. Down 4. Here's your ball game for the time being. He's going to go to fucking Jones because they can't cover his ass. Maybe Penn State takes a timeout just to be set. They want to give up a big play. No, here we go. 4th and 5. Purdue. Halfback screen. They get the 1st down. All right. Clock's still ticking, though. He didn't get out of bounds. They'll reset, and clock will tick once they wind the clock for a 1st down. Purdue has 1 timeout, and they're going to call it. So now from the 42, he's going to have to heave it 58 yards for a Hail Mary with 7 seconds, or maybe a little bit of a deep out route to the sideline, get out of bounds, and then you get one more play, but a field goal ain't going to cut it. They need a touchdown to win this. So Penn State's defense needs their biggest stop of the game tonight to start the year off strong with a win. Down to the wire finish. Penn State's offense ain't getting the ball back, that's for damn sure. So here's your ball game. 1st and 10 with 7 seconds for Purdue. Let's see what the defense does. Penn State, remember, they have 2 timeouts. They can call one here if they want. You don't want to call 2 in a row, but Penn State back, of course, playing prevent. Got a couple at the goal line, a couple in the middle of the field, and, you know, a couple up on the play. So 1st and 10 for Purdue from the 42, trips top of your screen. Quick pass, and it's almost picked off, incomplete. Joey Porter Jr. again right there. 4 seconds, 2nd and 10, we got one more play. This will do it. And he's going to have to heave it. Or they play hook and ladder. Penn State's got 3 on the line. Sutherland coming off the edge, so 4 at the line now. Everybody else in the middle of the field or back at the goal line. Here we go. O'Connell. He goes down on the sack. Chop Robinson, and Penn State's going to win it. 35-31. And the Nittany Lions chop Purdue. They find a way to finish it, and they find a way to win. And you got to give them credit for that. What a game. What a fucking game to start the year. As we're burning the midnight oil. Penn State 1-0 to start the year. 35-31 win at Purdue. They cover as a 3.5-point road favorite. They win by 4. Purdue falls 0-1. They'll host Indiana State next week. Penn State at home next Saturday at high noon on ABC against Ohio. Jenny Taft with James Franklin. Yeah, 7 lead changes. Gutsy win for sure. They found a way to win. And Clifford made plays. They still got to find a fucking running game, though. It was better tonight than it was a little bit from last year, though. But, yeah. I would be, too. And for now, even though I still stand by what I've said in the past and earlier tonight, I'll take back, for now, what I said earlier. You know, because a win's a win. And when you win, you say little. When you lose, when you lose, you say little. When you win, you say less. So, a win's a win. Joey Porter had a hell of a game on defense. Following in his father's footsteps. Get some final stats and scores here in a second. Clifford, no doubt about it, on offense. Even with, looking a little frustrated with a potential injury earlier. Drew Allure comes in for one drive. They end up punting. We'll see if they bring the crew back or not. But that does it for Fox for the time being. Because it switched a few times because of the 7 lead changes. I don't even know where the hell to start. Or, of course, where you'd want me to start. Just that, Minnesota wins. They shut out New Mexico State. I don't even remember what game I had on this. Nor do I really care because I think football is done for the night now. And then, of course, you got, games tomorrow still and on Saturday. And we're still going to preview those in a second, so stay tuned. But I'll say this. Penn State, as I mentioned, they chopped their way to a win. Chop Robinson with the sack. He stepped up. He's a transfer DN from Maryland, number 44. But Penn State went on the road. They banged the damn drum of the Purdue Boilermakers. And rather than boil her up, boil her down. Penn State with a 35-31 win. You know, 3-0 early. That was the difference there late until they scored again. Because if you take off the two touchdowns that both teams capitalized off of, turnovers and cancel those out, you're back down to 24-21 basically. And then the 3-4 touchdowns by both teams, however you want to put it. The field goal was the difference, and then the defense, they still gave up 31 points, but in key positions, and then especially when the game was on the line, the defense once again won them this game, in my opinion. Got the hell off the field when they needed to. They made more plays that mattered, even though, the offense scores points. Defense wins the championships, last I checked, and they won them this game tonight. I'll take that back a little bit. I want to say they've made more plays than the offense. That was sort of split, but, Kevon Leoke had the go-ahead game-winning touchdown with under a minute to play on a wheel route. So, getting the running backs involved in the pass game. Devin Ford, the crucial fourth down conversion earlier. He's non-existent in the run game, but he helped out there. They ended up scoring. I think that was the first, maybe it was the second touchdown of the night for them. Because the first one, I think it was the first one, it was to Mitchell Tinsley to take a 7-3 lead. They give up a touchdown, down 3 again, 10-7. And then Clifford with the quarterback sneak. And that was around the time he got hit in the knee, I believe. Or maybe that was a little bit later on. But then he found Brenton Strange, remember, right before halftime. So they were up, 21-10. When he had the sneak, it was a play or two before when he got hit in the knee. And then in the second half, to begin the second half at least, that's why Drew Lahr was in for a series as the backup quarterback. And so he's played in one game. He can play in up to 4 and still redshirt if it comes down to it. But obviously they see him as the number 2 quarterback. And, as Fox comes back from break here, showing the game-winning touchdown. Clifford's a starter, Drew's a backup quarterback, and then you still have Vayu and Perdula. But, what was I saying? Quarterback sneak, and then they get off the field again, of course, on defense. Because they punted, remember, twice to start the game and twice to begin the second half. But the Brenton Strange touchdown was key right before halftime. That was, looking back at that was a big play now. Because they don't have that. This touchdown to close out only cuts the lead to 3, not win it. 21-10 at halftime. They then give up 14 unanswered. Down 3, score again, get away from the run game. He throws a pick 6, down by 4, 28-24. Where was I? They're up 21-10. Down 24-21, excuse me. And then they were up 28-24. Yeah, that's right. Okay, that's right. And then he threw the pick 6. They're down 31-28. That's, okay. Yeah, that's right. And then it took them a few drives. And with the time, and then the defense looking like they weren't going to be able to get off the field then they're late. Then they finally do. The offense tries, screw saving time, screw calling timeouts. They drive and score, retake the lead, which ended up being the game-winning touchdown, a passing touchdown from Clifford to Kevon Lee, and Penn State wins it as to end the game. Purdue with a Hail Mary, pressure off the edge from number 44, the transfer from Maryland, Chop Robinson, and incomplete, basically. Time ran out anyway. Game's over. Penn State wins it 35-31 to begin the 2022 campaign here tonight. As the game started on Thursday night, September the 1st, however, finished early Friday morning on September the 2nd. Now they play in 8 days from now on Saturday, September the 10th, at home against the Ohio Bobcats. So, yeah, Penn State's now won 10 in a row against Purdue. Last time Purdue beat Penn State was in 2004, 20-13. Purdue, as mentioned, they fall to 0-1. They'll host Indiana State next week, whereas with Penn State at noon on ABC, will host the Ohio Bobcats. Last time the two teams met, Ohio with Frank Solch, the helm, and Bill O'Brien's first game as Penn State head coach, came into Happy Valley and defeated the Lions 24-14. So Penn State, of course, program-wise, going to get some revenge. Then they got to go to Auburn. If they can go to Auburn and win like the way they did tonight down there then in 2 weeks' time, and then beat Central Michigan, beat Illinois, or Northwestern, the other team from the state of Illinois. They were supposed to play Illinois, and then the schedule got switched. Like, this game tonight is supposed to be on Saturday. They bumped Thursday night for primetime action. You could get to the bye week, the same week, middle of October, that you went to Iowa and lost last year at 5-0, but then the bye week. And then you got to go to Michigan. Okay? So, a lot to unwind, a lot to figure out with, who they are. Other than, see, because this is how they started last year too. Okay? And that was the problem. And then they got a little too full of themselves, it seemed like. And then, later on, after 5-0 start, once again, dropping 6 of 8 and finishing 7-6, including a bowl loss to Arkansas in the Outback Bowl. You start tonight off hot again. Another big road win in the Big Ten at Purdue. If they can play more consistent, not get away from the run game, not turn it over like they did. Penalties really weren't that bad compared to Purdue. They should be all right, and they could be sitting at 5-0 still, middle of October, I think, but they could be anywhere in between. I'm not really that worried about Ohio and Central Michigan. I know they put out 44 earlier in a loss at Oklahoma State, like I said, because we watched that game. I don't know what Auburn's, right now going to look like, but, supposedly going to be worse than they were last year. Speaking of Urban Meyer, like I said, for him and Auburn or West Virginia or Nebraska or Arizona State, well, okay. But coaching carousel will come, soon enough. We're just now beginning the 2022 campaign. Like I said, too, with the schedule, at least on the road, it ain't going to get any easier. I went to Purdue tonight, go to Auburn, got to go to Michigan. Indiana 2 years ago, they lost to begin the year during the, shortened season. Going to Rutgers, shouldn't be that bad of a deal, but you just never know. Minnesota just shut out New Mexico State. There's Mohamed Ibrahim, their star running back. They get Minnesota a week before Ohio State in the whiteout, and then Ohio State right before Halloween. So, there's potential, once again, for Penn State football. There is. Okay? But then it's the consistent, or the consistency of being inconsistent. Because they're good at doing that. They are. If only they were being, good or being consistent at being consistent and being able to block up front and run the football. And, Clifford made a ton of plays tonight, no doubt about it, and won them the game. But the defense also won them the game. On defense in the back end, more so than not overall, it was as it was at halftime, like I said, with Sean Clifford and Joey Porter Jr. So Joey Porter Jr. stepped up in the back end. Jair Brown really had a quiet night once again, as he always, takes a back seat, it seems like, even though still making plays. Quiet night for him. Chop Robinson, okay, made the final tackle. Musford was quiet. They still got to figure out the linebackers, but overall, they got to find a damn running game. Okay, receiving wise, Parker Washington had a pretty good game. Quiet second half, though. Still good in the return game. Mitchell Tinsley was there. He had a touchdown. Keandre Lambert-Smith had a touchdown to make up for all his drops he had earlier. They haven't gone to the tight ends enough once again, but it'll get there. They just got to sync everything up. They got to find some momentum and rhythm, and until they click, that's the thing. Until they click with all the talent they have, with all the potential they have, from the way he's recruited, with the depth they have, they could be, one of the best teams in the fucking country for that matter. They, like I said earlier, if they can put this all together, watch the hell out, because they can be damn good. But on the flip side of that, they could be, an average, 500 team, just like they were the past couple years, because not really a lot has changed. Okay, Franklin's still there, Mike Years is still there, new defense coordinator Man Diaz. Defense looked pretty damn good, as Penn State defenses do, but they still gave up 31 points. But at least you scored more than that, and you still won. That's all that matters. A win's a win. But like he said in his post-game press conference there, I'll have to listen to, that was on the field at least, I'll have to listen to, as I try to at least all the time anyway, the post-game presser with the press, and see what he has to say there, because as he had said, they still have a bunch of shit to, clean up, which no doubt about it they do, and it starts up front with the offensive and defensive line. And if they can figure that out, run the football, Clifford's playing like he did tonight for the most part of the year. I get every once in a while you're going to have a down game or just not look as good. Drew Lars there didn't look great, but for the excuse me, for the drive he was in, okay, I believe he finished 1 of 2, because the first play, I'll flip the stats here. The first play, they ran it, no gain on the play. Second pass was caught on a bubble screen. First down, I do believe. Or maybe it was like 1 of 3 or 1 of 4 then at that point. Because then the next couple passes, just were incomplete. One was behind. One was a little too much on it. He's a true freshman. It's expected. He's got to find, his presence and make that known. But, there's a lot of potential, once again, for this Penn State football team. There is. And I know, once again, what I've said, with just looking ahead of how, subpar it's been, how good, how bad it could get. Even though you don't want to say that. But at the same time, man, it's just, feels good to, start off the year with a win, as they did last year, and that followed with 4 more to start off 5-0, and then loss. They split 2-2 the final 4 games of the season, and then end up losing to Arkansas in the Outback Bowl as well, to finish at 7-6 after a 5-0 start. So do the math on that. They lost 6 of 8. 1 game winning streak, though, to begin 2022, and that's a 35-31 win at Purdue. So I'll leave that at that. I mean, I can't really think of, much else that needs to be said right now. I mean, maybe early next week, we can dive back into that. But, just continue to look ahead, because Ohio is the next game on the schedule. I'm not worried about Auburn until after Ohio. And he's going to say the same damn thing, because you don't want to get too far ahead of yourselves. But once again, with the road schedule, you got to go, as I'm looking at it right now, you got to go to Purdue, Auburn, Michigan, Indiana, and Rutgers. Okay, you do get Northwestern, Minnesota, Ohio State, Maryland, and Michigan State all at home in conference play. Ohio and Central Michigan as your 2 conference home games, both out of the MAC. But I mean, man, just, if only, it always wasn't like this, down to the wire, a barn burner. But as expected, as what I said earlier, is what we're going to get. And sure enough, that's what we got. Just edge of your seat, nail-biting, heart attack type of game for Penn State football. But, once again, what's new? This is how it always is. Yeah, and if they can't run the football, they can't run the football. And they sure as hell can't run the football still for the third straight year. Better tonight than it's been, but it's got to be more consistent. And if they can find a consistent running game, once again, with all the talent they have, with the way he's recruiting every position, the depth they have, watch the hell out. And if Clifford continues to play, the way he played tonight, I'm telling you, watch out, because they have a good damn chance, or a damn good chance, I should say, to be something special here in 2022. But until once again, they can prove that on the field, there's not really much to be said. So, like I said, I'll leave that at that. Like I said, I don't really think there's much else that needs to be said right now. Of course, you can let me know in the comments below what you thought of tonight's Penn State Purdue game with the Nittany Lion 4-35 to 31 win. But yeah, just if only they could put it all together, man. That I think that's the tough part about it. And I think that's why, yeah, no doubt about it as well. I mean, shit, all 6 losses by 10 points or less. Why it's been so disappointing when you know what it can be, but then this is what you get. It's like the Amazon Wish meme. Okay? So, yeah. We'll see how everybody else looks this weekend. We're going to first half stats or final stats and scores now. It's not halftime. It's the end of the game. Get some final stats and scores here shortly. Preview the rest of the week. There are some big games on Saturday. I'll have on Saturday a WWE Clash at the Castle live watch along reaction stream, so be sure to tune in for that. And then also on Sunday for AEW All Out. As I look at the schedule, next week the NFL kicks off next Thursday with the season opener, Buffalo Bills, LA Rams, and then of course Penn State host Ohio next Saturday at noon before a doubleheader for myself the next day on Sunday for the opening day of the NFL for Week 1. We'll have Steelers, Bengals, and then Buccaneers, Cowboys before Monday Night Football and WWE Monday Night Raw. But, one game, one thing at a time. We'll get there when we get there next week, as always. But, I just want to say thank you once again for tuning in and watching. Hopefully you'll tune back in later on. Go through my notes here, make sure I don't forget anything here at the end. We're just going to recap, and of course I told you who these two teams play next week already a few times, but the difference really, I don't really know if there was one. Even though there was, I don't really know if there was one, because you think about it, like, there's just so much that happened, so many lead changes. Like, I think for Penn State the difference was the defense. When they needed to, they got off the field, and then Clifford, when he needed to, made some plays with his arm, and got the ball to his playmakers. Purdue, of course, they had a better running game than Penn State did tonight. Penn State had a rushing touchdowns, quarterback sneaked 2 yards out. All the other touchdowns were from Clifford in the area, 4 passing touchdowns, I believe. We'll look at those stats once again here in a second. But, they're able to run the ball better, so that was their difference. And then the pick 6, of course, to retake the lead. 7 lead changes once again. But no, I think the difference, for Penn State, no doubt about it, was Clifford. I'll say that, making some plays when he needed to, and the defense, they got the hell off the field when they needed to. Plain and simple. End of story. There's not much else to be said. So yeah, that'll do it. Of course, gonna give you some stats from tonight's game in a losing effort for Purdue. Aiden O'Connell As Purdue, of course, loves to throw the football. And they still had, as Penn State had 98 yards rushing as a team. If this will load. There we go. Okay. Purdue only had 61, but they did have 2 touchdowns. Okay. So that was the difference there. So, those other, 30, almost 40 yards rushing Penn State had that, Purdue didn't. They had 2 touchdowns to equal it out, to, give them some room. Yeah. O'Connell was 30 of 59 for 365 yards passing. That's 1 per day of the year if he wants it. And he had a touchdown. Okay. King Doru, 15 carries, 57 yards rushing, and 2 touchdowns. Downing was 14. And then they couldn't cover Jones to save their life. He had 12 catches, 153 yards receiving and a touchdown. Rice, 3 of 59. Sheffield, 4 of 49. Durham had a few big catches in the second half. 3 of 43. Thompson, 3 of 28. Tracy had 2 catches, 17 yards. Doru, 2 of 10 on the backfield. And Downing had a catch for 6 yards out of the backfield as well. Whereas, Drew Lar was 2 of 4 for 26 yards passing. Clifford had an interception, which was crucial. It was a pick 6, or he gave Purdue the lead. And then Penn State had to, once again, find a way to answer. And they did. And it was a Kevon Lee touchdown on a wheel route. So Clifford was 20 of 37, 282 yards passing, and 4 touchdowns. Also the pick, which was a pick 6. But Penn State ended up winning, so doesn't matter. Okay, there's some consistency with that. I'll take that, but I would like more per player. Penn State as a team had 32 carries total for 98 yards rushing. Okay, that's as a team. Katron Allen had 8 carries, 31 yards rushing. Nick Singleton had 10 carries, 31 yards rushing. And then Kevon Lee had 9 carries, 30 yards rushing. So there's some consistency there, but that can be better. And then Clifford can still throw for what he threw for. Because if that's the case, defense playing as good as they are. The talent they have, once again, like I said, watch out. They can be good, but they can also be average at the same time. There's no in between with them. Like I said earlier, they could go undefeated if they want to. Will they? Probably not. No doubt about it, in the Big Ten, it looks like Ohio State's going to be the team to beat again. The West is going to be wide-ass open, as it always is, it seems like. We'll see what gives there. And if it's Ohio State, who's that second-best team in the East, whether it be Michigan, Michigan State, Penn State, Maryland, Indiana, Rutgers. But, would like more consistent running game. They have the potential, like I said, to go 12-0 if they want to. Will they? Probably not. Like I said earlier, the ceiling's probably 9-3, 10-2. But at worst, 6-6, because 4-5 and 7-6, what they've been, 11-11. Hey, 12-11 now the past 2+ years into this third year. So take that for what it's worth. But Clifford, as the Lar was 2 of 4 for 26 yards passing. Clifford was 20 of 37 for 282 and 4 touchdowns. Had a pick 6, but oh well. Penn State ended up winning 35-31. They found a way to win when it was all on the line anyway. So that's all that matters. Yeah, Katron Allen, 8 carries, 31 yards. Nick Singleton, 10 carries, 31 yards. Kevon Lee, 9 carries, 30 yards. But there is a lot to fix. There's a lot to, still figure out. They still got a lot of work to do, no doubt about it. It's a long-ass season. This is just one game. So, Mitchell Tinsley actually led Penn State in receiving, had 7 catches, 84 yards, and a score. Brent Strange, 2 of 77 and a score as well. Keandre Lambert-Smith, 4 of 58 and a touchdown. Parker Washington had 2 catches, 30 yards. Also in the kick return game, but quiet night for him, I thought. Tyler Warren, 3 catches, 23 yards. Kevon Lee, 2 of 15 in a score. The game winner as well, I might add, from 10 yards out on goal to go. Devin Ford, 1 of 12 on a 4th down conversion run in the game. And then Katron Allen had a catch for 9 yards. Of course, Pinniger was 5 for 5 on extra points. Barney O'Moore had 8 punts for a 47 average. And a long of 52 with a few touchbacks inside the 20, let alone the 10 5-yard line. But both teams were 5 for 14 and 5 for 16 respectively for Penn State, Purdue on 3rd down. Penn State was 1 of 1 on 4th down. Purdue was 2 of 2 on 4th down. Purdue had 20 more total yards at 426 to 406 than Penn State did. Beat them in the passing game as well, 365 to 308. Penn State had 4 passing touchdowns though, on a 7.5 yard per pass average. Penn State had a better rushing attack, but Purdue also had 2 rushing touchdowns. So, yeah, the field goal was the difference there in the 4th quarter, but then Penn State ended up scoring a game-winning touchdown, and Purdue's defense ended up bending and breaking. And Penn State bangs the damn drum. As they both had a turnover apiece, they canceled those out though. Time possession was split 30-47 to 29-13 in advantage of Purdue at home in the blackout. So, damn good game. Like I said, what a damn good game. I wish, of course, Purdue best of luck, because with Penn State's 4-point road win to start the year off against them, you want Purdue, of course, and this is for anybody, the opponents you beat, let alone lose to potentially, unless it comes down to it, you're going to get a rematch, which the only way they'd play again would be in the Big Ten title game early December, which I don't see that happening, but you never know. Would be, Penn State, to continue winning, but Purdue to also continue to win, because then this win for Penn State looks even better later on in the year. Week 1, you went to Purdue, ended up beating them by 4, under a minute to play, and then you're sitting there late November, good record, Purdue's right there with you, ranked, and, you have that head-to-head win. When sometimes nowadays it doesn't matter, but still in the long run, it does. It just depends on who you ask and if they're on the college football playoff committee or not. But so hopefully, Purdue, I don't know what the rest of their schedule looks like. Of course, they'll play everybody else in the Big Ten West. Penn State was one of their few crossover games. I don't know who else they'd play out of the East. Wish them, of course, best of luck the rest of the year. Hard fought win, though, for Penn State. Gutsy, like Franklin had said. Very gutsy. They were able to find a way to win, and surprisingly, they closed it out. They found a way to win, and good teams do that. But like I said, too, this is how they started last year, and then 5-0, and then they lost 6 of 8. So get at me mid-October, early November, and see how I am then. Because, if they're still running, hog wild then, all right. But at the same time, if, they're middle of the pack, like they probably will be, tough situation. Two-way street. Lines in the sand, they sort of got over the hump, found a way to win it, finish it, but at the same time, they still once again got a lot of work to do. So I'll leave it at that once again. I know I've said it a few times now, but wish, of course, Purdue best of luck, and big win for Penn State tonight, 35-31 against the Boilermakers. In the meantime, we recapped earlier college football week 0 from all the games last week. Currently ongoing, though, tonight Arizona State is leading Northern Arizona 37-3. Fresno State 21-7 over Cal Poly. At the half, San Jose State 14-7 over Portland State. And then everything else playing tonight has since gone final. Toledo blanked, as Minnesota did as well. Toledo 37-0 over Long Island, and Minnesota 38-0 over New Mexico State. In overtime, Florida International ended up winning 38-37 over Bryant. UCF 56-10 over South Carolina State. Tennessee 59-10 over Ball State. Also in overtime, Akron 30-23 over St. Francis. 44-10 for Wake Forest over the Virginia Military Institute. 44-10 your final score there. Oklahoma State 58-44 over Central Michigan. Missouri 52-24 over Louisiana Tech. UAB 59-0 over Alabama A&M. And then 34-27 for Northern Illinois over Eastern Illinois. We also, of course, had tonight the backyard brawl, with that game also being crazy, back and forth from Heinz Field and the Steel City. Of course, now Acrisure Stadium, but it's Heinz Field. It always will be Heinz Field. After Three Rivers, it is now the Heinz Field parking lot. But the Pitt Panthers in the backyard brawl at home defeated West Virginia 38-31. There was, something crazy that happened late that decided the game. It looked like, I'm going to have to look more into that. I was watching it, had it on mute. I don't know what they said, but it looked like West Virginia football, and then it was either like going to stay there football or Pitt was getting it, and they reviewed the play, and they either stood as called or they overturned it, one of the two, and pick up the ball back, kneel down, they win at 38-31. So that's that. And then, of course, Penn State defeating Purdue 35-31. Make sure I don't forget anything that, of course, happened tonight. Looks like I got everything from week 0 and everything that has taken place tonight once again. Tomorrow night, got about 8, maybe 10 games. You'll have 2 former, as Joe Moorhead is another former James Franklin assistant at Penn State. Akron defeating St. Francis earlier. Tomorrow, you'll have 2 former James Franklin assistants square off in a college football game with Virginia Tech and Old Dominion from the 757 with Brent Pry and his Hokies and Ricky Ronnie and his Monarchs. So this goes back Penn State practice, Ricky Ronnie's offense versus Brent Pry's defense, and now they're squaring off at 2 different institutions with Virginia Tech and Old Dominion. So that game tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Western Michigan and Michigan State as well. Eastern Kentucky and Eastern Michigan. On top of that, William & Mary and Charlotte, Temple and Duke, Tennessee, Tech, and Kansas. Another Big Ten Week 1 matchup, Illinois and Indiana. TCU, Colorado should be a good game. And then on Saturday, before we wrap up on Sunday and Monday respectively, with a few kickoff games, we'll have Florida State and LSU and Clemson, Georgia Tech on Sunday and Labor Day night. On Saturday, though, we'll have a full slate beginning at noon, wrapping up with a midnight kick from the islands of Hawaii. First off, Houston will play at Texas A&M, Colorado State and Michigan, NC State, East Carolina, Central Connecticut and Yukon, South Dakota State, Iowa. That should be a good game. North Dakota State's gone to Iowa and won before, and South Dakota State's one of the best FCS schools. So I'd say watch out, Hawkeyes. Penn State doesn't play Iowa this year. They do play them next year, but not this year. First time in quite a while they haven't played Iowa. They do have Northwestern and Purdue, along with Minnesota out of the West, with the Purdue game at Purdue being the lone road game they got to go to in the Big Ten West. They get Northwestern and Minnesota at home, but then of course they also, with Ohio and Central Michigan coming in and out of the MAC and non-conference play, got to go to Auburn and non-conference play as well, which would be a good big road game. Ohio State at home as well, Michigan State at home, but you got to go to Michigan mid-October too. So like I said, Penn State's schedule ain't that easy. Buffalo, Maryland, Rutgers, Boston College, good one with North Carolina and App State. Delaware Navy, from Charlottesville, we'll see Richmond Spiders and Cavaliers of UVA. Northern Iowa and Air Force. Southeast Missouri State will play at Iowa State. Bowling Green and UCLA. Got a good one in the ATL with Oregon and Georgia, as the Bulldogs will defend their national championship. UTEP, Oklahoma, as they look to move on without Lincoln Riley. Bethune-Cookman will play at Manny Diaz's former school in the Miami Hurricanes as Mario Cristobal takes over for him. Low-key under-the-radar game. Maybe the most underrated game of the weekend, in my opinion, from Fayetteville. Woo Pig Suey. We'll get Cincinnati and Arkansas. Cincinnati made the playoff last year. Arkansas coming off a big year. Top 25 showdown to start the year. Cincinnati and Arkansas. Houston, University of Texas San Antonio. San Diego State will open up their new stadium. Arizona and SDSU. Nebraska coming off a big loss. We'll see how, talking about a leash and James Franklin, how short Scott Frost's leash is, as the Cornhuskers will host North Dakota. Not North Dakota State, North Dakota. Norfolk State will play at Marshall. Tulsa, Wyoming. Troy, Ole Miss, for everyone in the Deep South. BYU will play at South Florida. UC Davis and Cal. Nicholls State, South Alabama. Texas State, Nevada. Rice and USC, as the Lincoln Riley era. Southern Cal will kick off Saturday night. Morgan State, Georgia Southern. Florida Atlantic, Ohio. Middle Tennessee State will play at JMU as James Madison makes the leap from FCS to D1. Another low-key under-the-radar good game. If only Florida was a little bit better, maybe ranked. Of course, these two schools formerly had Urban Meyer as their head coach as well. If only Bowling Green was playing Ohio State. Notre Dame's playing Ohio State, an assistant Notre Dame. So that game's Saturday night as well. If Bowling Green was, say, playing the Jaguars, all right, then you have Utah, Florida, Bowling Green and the Jags, and then Notre Dame, Ohio State, because he was an assistant at Notre Dame, got the Bowling Green job, got the Utah job, Florida, Ohio State, of course, analyst in between all this too recently, Jaguars, and now back with Fox, but Utah and Florida, which should be a good game Saturday night, 7 o'clock on ESPN. Albany and Baylor, as Baylor will defend their Big 12 title and a Sugar Bowl win. Illinois State and Wisconsin. Penn State doesn't play Wisconsin this year either. So, not necessarily lucked out with the teams they got in the Big 10 West, but still going to go Purdue and, Northwestern Minnesota look, pretty good. Both those teams have won already this year too. So, conference play, Penn State's now tied with Northwestern for top of the lead in the Big Ten. Miami, Ohio, and Kentucky. Mercer at Auburn. We'll watch that because we've got Auburn in a couple weeks. Elon and Vandy. We'll see if they can put 63-10 on Elon like they did Hawaii last week. If they don't against FCS school, there's something wrong. South Dakota and Kansas State. Army, Coastal Carolina. Liberty and Southern Miss. UMass, Tulane. Southeast Louisiana and Louisiana Lafayette. Grambling, Arkansas State. Alabama will host Utah State, who defeated UConn last week. Memphis, Mississippi State. Georgia State, South Carolina. SMU, North Texas. Stanford host Colgate, which is either Barney Amore's or Hunter Norzad's former school. One went to Colgate, one went to Cornell. Have flip. Doesn't matter, but Stanford should win. Murray State, Texas Tech, Louisiana Monroe, and Texas. Plus the points, thank you. Louisville, if you will, and Syracuse. Maine plays at New Mexico. What a cross-country trip for them, for the Black Bears. Idaho and Washington State. Boise State, Oregon State could be a good game Saturday night at 10:30. Keep us up into the wee hours in the morning. Kent State plays at Washington as well. and then Western Kentucky at Hawaii. Midnight kick from the islands, as mentioned. Florida State LSU, and Brian Kelly's first game with his new family in Baton Rouge with the Tigers. Florida State LSU, Clemson, Georgia Tech. But the game of the week, top 5 showdown from the shoe in Columbus. Even with the Buckeyes being a 17-point home favorite, it'll be Notre Dame and Ohio State Saturday night on ABC. College game day was in the Berg earlier for the backyard brawl with West Virginia and Pitt. Game day will be on site in Columbus as well for Notre Dame, Ohio State, and then 2 kickoff games Sunday and Monday night. So college football last weekend kicked off the year. Officially, college football season is here though now for Penn State football, at least, and everyone else that played tonight and will play this weekend. Because we got more games tomorrow, more games on Sunday, game Sunday night, game Monday, and then into the thick of it next week with more college football, but then the NFL also kicking off week 1 with their opener next Thursday night. I'll have live watch along reactions live here on YouTube of that as well. For all videos right here on YouTube, be sure to subscribe. Hit that red subscribe button, notification bell next to it as well. The easiest way to stay up to date is, in fact, on social media. Links in the description below. So, once again, be sure to go check all that out. Thank you for tuning in and watching my college football Penn State at Purdue live watch long reactions here this evening as we kick off the 2022 season with a 35-31 Penn State win against the Purdue Boilermakers to start off 1-0. Sean Clifford once again had 282 yards passing, 4 touchdowns. Penn State as a team had 98 yards rushing with 3 running backs at 30 yards apiece. 4 different receivers caught touchdowns. Yeah, they gave up 31 points and 365 yards passing. The turnovers evened out. There's potential, though, for Penn State football this year in 2022. With everything I've said, there's still a shit ton of potential for Penn State football. Okay? So, a win's a win. I'll leave it at that. If anybody has anything to add, as always, let me know in the comments below. But, as always, thank you for tuning in and watching. Be sure to also tune back in this weekend for more live watch along reactions live here on YouTube. And next weekend, as well, as the NFL kicks off. And then next Saturday with Penn State, Ohio. Not Ohio State. They play Ohio State right before Halloween on the 29th of October. These are the Ohio Bobcats from Athens, Ohio, out of the MAC. No more Frank Solich. They were down without him last year. We'll see about this year. But Penn State going to, of course, be looking for revenge against those Bobcats since they defeated Penn State in O'Brien's first game back in 2012 before they lost at Virginia and then an 0-2 start before they defeated Navy and then finished 8-4. And then you get the bunch of fuckers at the end of the season. And then, another year with Billy Bob before Franklin steps in 14. And here we are in 2022. He's in his 9th year. And they start off 1-0 with a 4.35-31 win at Purdue once again. So, that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports, Quinn Luke 96 live here on YouTube. Just once again, thanks for tuning in and watching. I'll see everybody when I see you. I'll see you when I see you. Be sure to tune in. WWE Clash at Castle, AW All Out live watch long reactions this weekend live here on YouTube. That's Saturday afternoon and then Sunday night, and then next Thursday with the NFL kickoff, Bills, Rams, and then Penn State home opener next Saturday against Ohio, the Ohio Bobcats, not the Ohio State Buckeyes once more. Penn State home opener against Ohio next Saturday, September the 10th, with a 1-0 start at Purdue, 35-31 win. Once again here tonight. That game next Saturday will be at 12 noon on ABC, bright and early. So be sure to tune back in then, and then also next Sunday and Monday for more NFL action with a doubleheader on Sunday with the Steelers and Bengals. We'll see who starts week 1 for the Pittsburgh Steelers. along with Sunday Night Battle from the Big D, Dallas, Texas, with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Dallas Cowboys, along with Monday Night Football and WWE Monday Night Raw the following night with Russell Wilson's return to the Emerald City of Seattle, Washington. Yeah, tonight in the Big Ten, college football. Penn State 1-0 to begin 2022, 35-31 win against the Purdue Boilermakers. So Boiler down, as mentioned. We are Penn State. Win's a win. I'll take it. A lot to, still go through, figure out, and a lot to be fixed. But there's, some serious potential, I think, this year with the talent they have. If only they can put it all together and, not fuck it up, basically, and find a running game on top of all that. Hence what my hat says and has said all night: run the damn ball. So, yeah. Once again, I know I've said it a few times now, but I'll leave it at that. Yeah, a win's a win. Penn State wins to begin 2022, 35-31 against Purdue Boilermakers. Purdue hosts Indiana State next week, whereas Penn State hosts Ohio, and hopefully you'll tune in for those live watch-along reactions. Actually, let me redo that finish, because of all times, now we get a fucking technical difficulty with a buffer, a disconnect, and a reconnect. Well, I couldn't have done this earlier. Yeah, so I'll say what I just said. If, of course, you missed it, if you're watching this, of course, now on playback. But just be sure, of course, yes, to tune back in next week. Penn State, Ohio. Live watch-along reactions next Saturday at noon, live right here on YouTube. Be sure to like, follow, and subscribe if you haven't done so already. But that'll do it for myself, your host, Encyclopedia Sports. Cool and Luke 96 live right on YouTube. Of course, the buffer, disconnect, and reconnects telling me to get the hell off. Yeah, a win's a win once more. I'll take it. They're 1-0. Penn State with a big road win to begin the year in the blackout. Once again, wearing their road whites. 7 lead changes, back and forth game. They found a way to win it when the game was on the line, and the defense made a stop then afterwards. And the Penn State Lions defeat the Purdue Boilermakers once again by 4, 35-31. Thanks for tuning in and watching. I'll see everybody later.